Okay. So, right off the bat, Zodiac for $1. I guess I'll get started. Is it wrong for me to want to fuck my toaster? Yes. Yes, it is. And I am unsure if I got this guy last time. It might have been one of those last minute ones where I didn't catch it before things ended, but fuck it. Samurai Bear for $1. On the Persona love interest, I always saw P3 guy with Aegis or Elizabeth. P4, yeah, I could see Resay, but after Golden, it's Marie. In Joker, it's kind of tied with Goro and Kasumi. Seems localizer finally getting to boot through AI, even though AI has its own problems. Yeah. Japanese companies, well, I don't know if it's Japanese companies or like localization companies or what have you. They're now officially firing teams of translators and replacing them with AI. So, yeah, that thing where it started off with Ancient Magus Bride, and that was the one to first officially get a translation. Now other series are starting to do it, and they're firing teams en masse. And a bunch of the localizers on Twitter are freaking out about that and going like, "Oh well, I see everyone wants to be a piece of shit and use AI." And it literally has been the stages of grief where it was denied. They're in the middle of denial where it's like, "Oh well, this is just a fad. They'll bring us back." Then there's anger, and then there's gonna be depression. There's some bargaining mixed in there. It's been a fun time. It's been a fun time. Smash or pass Obaki Palm, the PlayAsia CEO. I've not seen her. What was your favorite VTuber from Pippa? Don't count. I like them all equally. You know, unless they piss me off, in which case I hate them all equally. Kirsch's been pretty fun. I've been listening to more Kirsch lately, and she's fun. How are they going to make gender swap characters trans now? Yeah, right. Do you think Iravith is a bad person? I don't remember who you're talking about. Merry Christmas. Yeah, 2 days until Christmas. 23rd. You know, some people are like, hey, isn't it Christmas Eve? Shouldn't you be with family? It's like, no, not for me. It's 23rd. So AI replacing people who keep being assholes, huh? Neat. Yeah. And it's something to where in 20 years we're going to realize how horrifying this all is, but we're in that stage where all you had to do is do your fucking job. If you just did your job and didn't fight people, like, this would not be an issue. Maybe some companies would fire people for AI, you know, but if you kept enough of a rapport with people and stopped trying to be fucking Twitter activists, the general public would be more on the side of localizers and go like, hey, listen, they add personality. They're able to add a face and a human component to translation that you might not get in other stuff. But all they've done is blatantly break shit, brag about breaking shit, and only now there's a fire under their ass that they're freaking out. It's the exact same thing with when it was becoming popular to use AI for art, where Twitter artists were such annoying douchebags about it, and we're trying to throw the baby out with the bathwater and just name and shame people, go after a mob, and do all these fucking stupid-ass over-the-top tactics, get rid of AI, instead of just adjusting to the market. That, yeah, people just now use AI as a fuck you. Good news about Boogie? Yeah, he was doing the Twitch meta thing, which is you get completely naked but put like physical sensors over you, so then it tries to prop you up. And of course, it's only not affecting the pretty e-thought women like Amaranth and all that, where they're basically glorified porn stars. No, not even glorified. Some of them are just straight up porn stars. They have OnlyFans links. And any of the guys doing it get banned. And they're like, hey, thanks a lot. Now we're back to the idiotic double standards instead of just having some fucking cojones and just allowing not safe for work filters. Can I send you an RTX 3090? I mean, I know somebody who that would go to. Yeah. I know exactly who that would go to. There's a man in trying times at the moment. Ninja Tanuki, $5. A guy, tall guy, Brian, I think, on the new season of Sam Hyde's Fish Tank is a huge Berserk fan. Keeps calling Guts, and he referenced your video. That's pretty cool. I much prefer Sam Hyde's audience learning of Berserk than anyone else. Reddit learning of Berserk is a bad thing, but Sam Hyde and his audience, they seem cool. Is it Shota? No. Hey, send it to me, bro. Yeah, there you go. Seems Tomino's recent interview kicked up a fuss among the culture war crowd on both sides. Chunks of it reek of coping. Yeah, he basically said, like, he's scared of anime becoming kind of industrialized in the sense of like Disney movies where they're just pumped out without any soul. To which I would respond, that's kind of already a thing, though. I mean, there's a lot of like just garbage bin anime that's just buying up any license it can to like light novels or cheap manga and then adapting them. So that's kind of already a thing. But I do understand what he means. It is one of those of like, he's not wrong, but I just don't really agree. Arrogant assholes are upset they have to justify their jobs yet again. Are they going to try? Lol, no. Yeah, pretty much. All of this would be prevented if they just did their fucking job. That is already a thing. Yeah. Like, he's scared of... The exact phrasing he used is he's scared of anime becoming like Disney movies where it's all flash and no substance. Which, once again, right in principle, he's not wrong, but that's kind of already a thing. Because, anime is not really... anime is a medium. It's an entire medium. It's not really a genre of something. There are anime genres, Go wake Shota, he'll tell me a funny anecdote for sure. Shota's not here. I've seen the P5 stage play Kawakami actress, pretty fucking cute. I've not. Gunplay exists because of him. He cannot talk. Well, I mean, he's not saying that like anime is becoming like this and it's horrible. He's not pulling a Miyazaki. He's saying that he is afraid that with it becoming more popular and more mainstream, which once again is kind of a thing of like, well, I mean, anime's already been mainstream, at least in Japan. The West is where you have some arguments, but the point is he is scared of it becoming something to where there's no soul and you're only doing it for the paycheck. Once again, he's not wrong. It's just, it's complicated. I'm 100% better writer in this Japanese hack. I made it better. It has trans people in it now, some random localizer. Yeah, basically. On the way from work, my local bus stop bench got stolen, all 4 of them. I wonder what they want with them. I want to train to be one of the guys who helps clean up the AI stuff, so nobody thought of that until I said, whoops. Again, told me, yeah, I know, he's an old man. He's an old man, he's just, like, venting his feelings on the industry. He's not wrong, it's just, that's not really how it works. Of course, I'm saying that, and I'm a fucking American. He is somebody that's worked in anime for decades and created one of the biggest franchises, so, he might have more information than I do. Celebrate Christmas, my extended family, and my cousin's baby is still afraid of me. That's nice. That's always nice. It's always nice to see family. I never understand that thing of like, oh God, now I have to go talk to family. It's like, oh yes, having connections with people that you are supposed to care about and could help you in trying times. Yes. That's not to say you get close to them because they can help you, but the point is, like, hey, don't disregard them, That shit's important. Mark 9 for $2 up. You showed a cum dumpster. How's it going? Wow, today was interesting. Coworker showed up drunk and tried cussing out every manager. Got lucky only against then home and not fired. So how was your day? Also, reminder, drink some water. Doing pretty good. I'm playing a lot of Yakuza 7. I'm trying to finish 7, and I'm on chapter 9. I was posting about it, but like, holy fuck, is 7 based. It is extraordinarily based. And it's another case of I am convinced there are like... Okay, I say I'm convinced, but this has been something that is just kind of well known. But like, there are those types on V and other assorted boards on 4chan that try to get out ahead before everybody can play something and make their own thoughts and just shift the discussion to be about these inane points that when you actually play the game they're talking about don't even fucking apply to it. Like big kind of example. Oh yeah, someone did post the Kawakami actress. Yeah, she is pretty good. She is pretty cute. But so the whole thing is the story of Yakuza 7. I'm going to keep it vague, but there is a big point of conflict between an activist group and the main character Ichiban. The activist group is known as Bleach Japan, and they specifically target gray zones, which are soft brothels in Japan. So a soft brothel, that's just my term for it, but it's like a soap land. It's like a massage parlor. It is places to where they, on paper, are one service, but then you go in there and it's a brothel. It's prostitution. So the thing is with the main character Ichiban is he grew up in a brothel. He was the son of a prostitute, never knew his real family, but he was raised by the employees there and they took care of him. So obviously he has a soft spot for these people. He understands their culture and kind of their way of life, and he managed to get into the Yakuza and kind of looks out for him. Well, so the thing is Bleach Japan is specifically targeting them and trying to shut them down and resorting to increasingly shady tactics to do it. First intimidation, then full-blown murder, and just it escalates over and over and over again. So obviously, if you look at the surface level of Bleach Japan, they are the Tipper Gore, which right there is another funny aspect of it. Tipper Gore, censorious assholes of like, how dare you show a titty on media? Because this doesn't live up to my sensibilities, no one else can enjoy it, that kind of thing. Is prostitution actually illegal in Japan? It is illegal, but that's where the gray zones come in. Where it's like, hey, on paper you're not doing that, but everyone knows what you're doing it for. So the thing is, you find out that Bleach Japan, and this is spoilers for Yakuza 7. So if you wanted to play Yakuza 7, plug your ears right now as I discuss this. But this is something that kind of made me realize a lot of people who have been commenting on the game did not in fact play it. So I'll give everybody a minute to plug their ears. If you could be in charge of an anime adaptation of a book or game, not Berserk, what would you pick? I'd do Far Cry 5. If it's not Berserk, I don't know. I do not know. Because, Berserk's the one where, like, oh, man, that's the one I want. Fuck everything else. I want that. Because anything else, I'd be like, no, because other people do it better. But so, okay. So, the actual spoilers. You find out Bleach Japan is the public front group of a shadowy group of elite Yakuza who, for some reason, are targeting brothels. I have not gotten far enough into the game to find out why they're doing that. I've never beaten Yakuza 7. I've only gotten like halfway through. Then I just drop it and I forget. I forgot. Now I'm actually working through it. So it is the elite Yakuza group that have been targeting it and want them shut down for some reason. No spoilers on why. I'm okay with not knowing at the moment. But they even make reference, because there's a part where Ichiban confronts one of the people who helps run Bleach Japan, and he explicitly talks about, yeah, we don't actually give a fuck about the gray zones. We are directly tied to the Yakuza, so they especially don't care, because the Yakuza help run a lot of that stuff. And the reason they figured out how to do it is him and one of the main bad guys went to America to study economics and politics, and figured out how to manipulate people. That is word for word how they described it. If you pretend to be culturally aware, you can convince a lot of people to listen to you. How did it take you so long to play 7? It's not that it took me so long to play it, it's that it's taken me this long to finish it. There is a difference. But so, they specifically learned how to manipulate people in America, and they dropped the phrase, if you shout for equality, nobody will ever question who you are. And you can be so drunk off moral superiority, you convince people to do anything. They even make reference to the fact they hired a bunch of female employees because dumb idiots will think they're hot and want to join your organization to hook up with them. That is word for word what he fucking said. And I was listening to that in awe, where it's like, holy shit, that is just like blatant. Adrian, $5 is not illegal. Hooked up with a chick when I was there. There's illegal and then there's illegal. As in, if you are openly consorting with a prostitute, you will probably get arrested. But so long as you keep it in the rules of the gray zone, which is go there, play the game, don't do it in public, that kind of thing, then yeah, they'll leave you alone. But so they literally make the reference, if you shout for equality, nobody question you. I will pull up one of the screenshots of the speech, because it was an incredible speech. Yeah, okay. Here is word for word what one of the bad guys says in the speech talking about this. Uneducated youths who have never worked a real day in their lives praised for trying to reform the world. That is the most useful idiot they could ever get to help out with Bleach Japan. Basically, a bunch of losers who have never held a job and are desperate for affirmation that they are helping the world in some way. Those are the people Bleach Japan specifically tries to recruit because they make the most useful idiot. They're the ones that will make the loud speech and help mob somebody because it doesn't matter if they're actually doing the right thing or not. So long as they feel like they're doing the right thing, you can get them to do anything. To the point that they outright had Omi Alliance guides, which if anyone knows anything about Yakuza, Omi Alliance is bad news. It had Omi Alliance guys that won the protests as muscle that would beat the shit out of people, and a lot of the civilian members who weren't actually involved with the Yakuza would like turn a blind eye because they were useful. So yeah, they make pretty explicit references to a lot of shit. How much does anime manga impact Japan on a surface level? Do you see a bunch of references and advertisements a lot? When we were in Japan? Yeah. I mean, it's media. If there's a big franchise, there's a big franchise. I mean, you hear the thing of like, oh, well, anime manga is not actually that well liked over there. That's an exaggeration. It's like that you can buy a fucking Shonen Jump magazine in like any goddamn store. They don't care. I mean, they'll sell like One Piece figurines and Don Quixote. They don't give a fuck. Now, obviously, if you're a nerd about it and you're like a full-blown neckbeard, that's different, but that's literally true of anything. Watching Monkey King, you notice how Randy became Ned Flanders? So a guy on Twitter say the Yakuza 7 end tags also represent the religious right neocons. Saw you arguing them too. Yeah, and that's what I mean by they're only looking at the pure surface level. They see anti-sex protest group that's self-righteous, and they immediately associate it with hyper-religious conservatives. When if you've played Yakuza 7 and you know Bleach Japan, that has nothing to do with them. They are not religious. They're not even particularly hyper-conservative, because as stated, they're willing to turn a blind eye to a lot of shit. And the leader himself says, we just get losers that need to feel like they have something to do. Like, then barely any of them actually truly believe in this. Do you see the meltdown translators over some animes using AI translations? Yeah. And as stated, it's not a sole good thing, but it is what happened. Potential for propaganda aside from the best mirror for shit in your country is pop media from other cultures. Yeah. I was with my mom feeding the homeless, and this homeless lady was cute, and I felt bad for thinking about her. Favorite pasta dish? Lasagna. Can never go wrong with lasagna. As long as it's homemade. If it's anything other than homemade lasagna, usually not great. Or ziti. I also really like ziti. One guy did, and that is a spoiler. Yeah, but even then. Hire beautiful women and lose their Twitter fags to do anything seem righteous. Exactly. Had they actually given a lick of a fuck in respect to source material, this wouldn't be happening to them. It's not solely good, but they definitely brought it on themselves. Yeah, that's yeah. But yeah, so that to me was the interesting part of 7, because I was listening to that speech in awe where I'm like, okay, I kept hearing a whole bunch of people on V talk about like, oh, this praises prostitution and degenerate sex culture and all that, and I'm kind of sitting back going like, okay, none of you played the fucking game. Because, I mean, this was one of the most blatant, like, yeah, self-righteous moral activism is fucking terrible. Roger Rabbit for 32 fake monies. Merry Christmas, Lolly. Keep up the good work. Yeah, Merry Christmas, too. Merry Christmas, too. We got 3 days for me. Well, 2 days. Lots on the spaghetti factor. I actually don't care much for spaghetti. Not even going to lie. Never really cared much for spaghetti. Because it gets cold too fast. Let's be real, most of these people probably played a few hours of these games at most and dropped them at being charitable. Yeah, that is true. I was finding it funny that Katrina's trying so hard to try to keep her job, yet we all see her working and she has herself to blame. Yeah. It was suspected some articles are made from AI, particularly one about the Amazon Lord of the Rings spinoff, and it had a ton of spelling errors and times dates wrong. That wouldn't shock me. I mean, hell, it's already pretty rampant on college campuses that kids are just using AI to write essays. And they say, oh, we have tools to detect that. And then it's like, yeah, but they're going to do it anyway. You know, director of G-Witch came out and said, yes, two main female characters are married. Gotta love how the Twitter Twitcom poops celebrated what the other are mad about it. I mean, it was pretty obvious if you just watched the anime. They had fucking wedding rings at the end. And yeah, I like G-Witch. Fuck the haters. I like G-Witch. Sir Alish for 5 fake monies. Watch Deadwing Dorks. Mama Max reaction where he ripped Max a new one for God Cult BS. Genuine hilarious watch. Max really got far up his own ass. Yeah. Agent for $2. Review Monk Lolly, please. Monk would be fun. I am updating my request list. Gonna be working on that for next few days. Do real people use V? Some. Played Yakuza 0 once, and it took me 36 hours. Oh, so you barely touched it. Because 0 is one of the long ones. Just watch Revolutionary Girl Tuna. G-Witch is fine. I don't get the hate. I feel like that was one of those where it got dragged into culture war shit where you either love it purely because it has lesbians or you hate it because Twitter lesbians love it. And it's like, no, I genuinely liked it. It was flashy. It was fun. It was not the best Gundam ever, but I didn't need it to be. G-Witch was fun, but I like IBO way more. IBO was not bad. The only issue with G-Witch is the fact that it clearly felt like it needed more episodes. It's not that it needed more episodes. They would hide, like, crucial scenes at the end of end credits. So a lot of people who just go through the end credits and they just skip over it because they don't realize it would, like, skip massive fucking context that you would need for the episodes to come. The structure of it was weird. I'm not even going to lie. Has there ever been a point in time where you got sick of anime and wanted something different and less stylized? Not really. Have you watched Ancient Magus Bride? Is that any good? Yeah, Ancient Magus Bride is good. Yeah. Best way to describe it is like really edgy Harry Potter because there's a lot of like explicit dark fantasy, but it also has a much more fleshed out world. Like Ancient Magus Bride, if you love like magic, magic worlds that impact reality in some way and kind of like the split society thing, you would love that one a lot. All right. And honestly, I'm going to play my main a bit because I need to put more time into Stormblood. I got to put more time into Stormblood. Dawn Trail's coming up and I'm not even at fucking Endwalker. I've seen some people say that G-Witch brought the wrong crowd into the series. The wrong crowd's always been near Gundam. As stated, lesbians have always been a thing in Gundam. That's been a thing since the fucking 80s. We say they have tools to detect AI-written papers and stuff that detects plagiarism, but we have news of professors plagiarizing shit for years. Exactly. It's all just, it's bluster to scare kids who don't know any better. Because they'll be like, oh no, what if the professor catches me? And it's like, dude, just don't make it obvious. It literally just amounts to, don't make it obvious. That's kind of one of the reasons the recent hullabaloo over plagiarism from the H-Bomber guy video kind of died out. Because everyone's like, hey, if we use these standards, fucking everybody's guilty. Like, everybody is plagiarized. Everybody's done shit. It's like, yeah. Favorite Final Fantasy summon? Leviathan, whenever it shows up, is, like, always fucking insane. They say that they have tools to... Well, yeah, I said that. Hope a Hogwarts Legacy sequel gets into much darker territory. Maybe the Wizarding War, so we get Shades of Deathly Hollow style story in the world. I was kind of hoping it would touch more on the, the Unspeakables, the actual, like, magic CIA they have. Because that was the stuff I liked when I started getting into, like, actual wizard espionage. It's like, man, fuck all the high school shit. This is cool. Bahamut. Bahamut's also pretty dope. Bahamut's usually also pretty fucking dope. What's your manga hot take? Mine says just because it's in black and white doesn't make it so part of the comics. That's not even a hot take. That's just like, if you can't read manga because it's in black and white, you are just an idiot. Because there's black and white comics that have lasted for fucking decades. In a game genre, you love to point of blowing a lot of time on games in them. Yeah, like I usually really like city builders and stuff like that. I put a lot of time into like black and white too. There's no in-game value? Should be. Okay. So this wants to be weird. Give me a sec. Okay. Give me a sec. Yeah, it is. Alright. Okay. I'm trying to see if this works. Can you hear it now? I'm trying to see if this works. Okay, no, you still can't. Okay, that is weird. Okay. Give me a quick second. I have no idea why this is doing this. It's once again doing weird fucking thing. Okay. Okay. All right.
What you going on about? Actually, never mind. Just come with me now.
This now good? Because I did fuck with it. No. Okay, it works now. Okay, so once again, the settings just fucking... Okay, I don't know what's going on. Because it used to be that if I set it to audio output capture, it would double the audio, and if I just turned it off, it would be fine, and everyone could hear it. Now it decided, yeah, that needs to be on and on monitor and output. So it's like, okay. Double the audio, and if I just turned it off, it would be fine, and everyone could hear it. Now it decided, yeah. Here, I'm gonna put it by my ear real quick so I can hear it. Okay. Let me see something real quick. Come on. Okay. So, we good now? Like, you guys can hear the background music? Alright. Okay. It can be heard. Okay. So once again, OBS just wants to be fucking weird. Okay. Saw Rebel Moon has potential, but Zack Snyder needs someone to hold him back from his usual tics. Yeah, that's why I didn't want to watch it. Because everything I heard, it's like, it wants to be his version of Star Wars, but then it just turns into 40K. And it's like, oh, okay. All I need to know. You haven't talked about Danebo, the creator of Annoying Orange coming out as trans? Yeah, because I had to deal with Final Fantasy breaking the sound. I do not understand why OBS acts the way it does. It is schizophrenic as hell. Now, granted, I have skipped some updates. Only in the sense of, like, the newest update came out and I haven't installed it yet. But still, regardless. Favorite Splinter Cell game? Mine's Chaos Theory. Yeah, Chaos Theory. It's the best one. A lot of people like Double Agent, though. Dude has sex with a tentacle creature. Yeah, it sounds like Zack Snyder. Would you watch a mecha anime set on a ring world? What do you mean by that? Like Jupiter? Because there's been Gundams that do that. Annoying Orange is what now? Yeah, Danebo, the guy who created the Annoying Orange, went trans. Which, yeah, that was fucking weird to read about. Thoughts on Fish Tank? Apparently Season 2 started. I'm waiting for the fun clips to come out first, though. Which version of Double Agent? Most I know about is the 360 one. Hell, even 40K isn't as edgy as that. I mean, the Commissar Kane books are a comedy of a single guy and some troopers winning against armies of evil. Yeah, but like everyone knows, 40K is pretty edgy. Like, they accept that. And I have all these quests that rely on waiting in queues, and I didn't want to do that. Annoying Orange guy showed hints if you look into it. I think this comes down to I need to get my name back in the headlines because he kind of fucked up making a media production company. I mean, I say that, but he managed to get a show on Cartoon Network and all that shit. But stuff like this, I always default back to, man, isn't it weird how, like, every fucking person is suddenly having gender identity issues, even though it's a statistical impossibility? I mean, I get there's impossibility and then there's reality. Then there's just outright, no, people are following a fad. OG Xbox Double Agent's the developer intended version. I do not know the difference. Notice more that's not exactly just the strange people coming out as trans, more so I've seen lots of people try to use it as some beneficial gain. Yeah. Because they know. They understand they can use it for their own advantage because there's financial incentive. Whenever there's money involved, always assume that there's a motive. And that motive is money. Now we have the whale again. What happened to Bunny? I need to put more time into Stormblood, so we're doing Dark Knight right now. We're doing Dark Knight. We're not too far away from Heaven's Ward with the Bunny, though. In fact, we started dipping into the stuff that directly leads into Heaven's Ward. Like, we met Shiva. Well, Lady Iceheart. There's no JBA infiltration mission, it's just field missions. Oh, okay. 200 was actually a very faithful adaptation of the Frank Miller comic. That and Watchmen were both great. Gerard Butler pulled off a great performance. I'm very, very tired of talking about Zack Snyder. I've already established that he is a faggot. Should do a co-op stream of Chaos Theory with Shota? Eh, maybe. If we do a co-op stream of any Splinter Cell, it'd be fun to do Conviction. I know Conviction watered down a bunch of stuff, but still, the co-op in that game was great. Lots of women with dyed hair. Avoid. I do not like too many bad experiences of them being crazy. First it was hipsters, then it was emos, then it was goths, and now trans. Every couple of years keep getting fads, and each one is progressively worse. Trans one has stayed probably the longest, and I think it's solely because there's been so much mainstream focus on it. More than likely because of the big pharma ties. Where, you know, being goth didn't require you to get a prescription for pills, you know? Unless you're Christian, even though he spent like 2 years. Even then, Chris, like, as much people say, well, Chris talked about being trans for years, I also say, well, he also thinks he's a magical pony goddess. So it's like, at what point do you just accept that he's a blathering schizophrenic that is just doing typical schizophrenic things of saying things that don't make any fucking sense? I get it. It's not, you know, we don't want to bully the retard. Oh, it's not socially acceptable to be mean to him, and I get that, but it's like, the nigga thinks he's a pony goddess, except that not everything he tells you can be taken at face value, you know? Chris has had weird sexual comments by his own mother back in the day. Yeah, believing that Chris was always into incest and no matter what would eventually move on to rape Barb, that to me makes more sense. Because he has had weird shit with Barb for a long-ass time. Like, right after his dad died, his mom demanded that he, a 40-year-old man, sleep in the same bed as her. And it's like, that's weird. I don't think trans fad will last much longer, even normal people are starting to get sick of it. Yeah, and there's a lot of stories of detransitioners coming out. Like, fucking Bruce Jenner has been seen as, like, a dude again. Like, he might have actually stopped the hormone treatments. He still looks pretty busted up, but, like, he's noticeably a lot more put together than he was. So it's like, okay, we might be coming full circle here. Imagine me and Bob and seeing your son proclaim inseriousness to be a pony goddess. Yeah. Almost a blessing that he died before that happened. I mean, give as much shit to Bob as you want. The motherfucker tried. He was a typical Southern dad, and you can't really begrudge him that. Kentucky borders Virginia? No, I know. Megan moved to Kentucky after she ran away from Chris. Aether current. Did he cut it off? No. Chris famously has never taken the surgery, but he has doped himself up on HRT and estrogen to the point that he has had basically erectile dysfunction for a while. Because he's talked about how it's gotten harder for him to, like, masturbate and orgasm, which is a known side effect of HRT and puberty blockers, which is why, well, puberty blockers flat out will shrink your dick. That was the thing that got the I Am Jazz kid. The I Am Jazz kid, when they went in for their fucking pee-pee surgery, because they were taking puberty blockers since they were a little kid, there was not enough penile tissue to develop an artificial vagina. So they had to scramble to make it work, and famously on one of the episodes of I Am Jazz, it popped as he was leaving the fucking hospital, and they had to take him back in, where they discovered that the sutures were so tight it was suffocating it was suffocating his muscles. So it's like they damn near killed every muscle in his genital region because he was not supposed to have pee-pee surgery because they fucked him up so bad. Did not need to hear that. You very much did. You very much did. Like, bros, if you ever have a loved one or have a kid or a younger sibling that talks about how they think they're trans, tell them that story. Tell them that story. And it's not fear-mongering. You can pull the clip up on YouTube and show it to them. It's like, this was one of the most nationally well-known, like, literal, quote-unquote, trans icon, and that fucking happened to them. Imagine what will happen to you. Dr. Homicide, for $2, Shane, what happened to Megan interview? Yeah. That was kind of a case of everyone kind of forgot that everyone following Chris is a retard. Like, everyone following Chris is a retard. Like, the idea of them going, well, why does this guy need... Because for those unaware of what the Megan interview was, there was a documentary guy who was making a film about Chris Chan. He wanted to make a film about Chris Chan and wanted to specifically talk about the effect the internet had on Chris now that he's an old man. It wasn't like the documentary that Gino Samuel put out, which is an entire history of the sagas, an explanation of all that. It was specifically about how the internet fucked up Chris and where he is now, that kind of thing. And the trailer that put out looked pretty interesting. I thought it looked kind of good. But people start going at the director and going like, "Hey, why are you charging money for this?" Because he specifically had like a campaign for it. Like I think he wanted like $30,000, so he could pay for distribution. Where it's like, "Hey, I want to get this into film festivals and shit like that." People took offense to that. Was like, "Well, why don't you just upload it? Well, why don't you just do this?" And it's like, because this isn't a YouTube documentary someone whipped up in their basement, man. This is an actual professional thing with film crews. He has to pay people. But everyone got all uppity about it and doxed the guy, got the guy, gunned after the guy to the point that he said, fuck it, and just nuked the whole project. And famously, the Megan interview was one of the ones that got deleted because he was pissed to the point of like, all right, I'm just going to delete everything. Which, I mean, it's like, on one hand, I think that's really shitty. On the other hand, yeah, fuck it. Everyone knows what that documentary would kick off. It would kick off another wave of interest in Chris, which we saw after... The new wave on YouTube of the interest in Chris just led to more people fucking with him. So it's like, yeah. It is for the best that some things happen. Yeah. Alright. Making sure I'm caught up on stuff over here. As maybe a bit of old news, you hear about the VTuber who got found out fucking her fans, her manager, and doing drugs on stream. Yeah. I forgot her name, but yeah. She outright would, like, full-on just fuck fans at cons. So kind of like the Boogie 2988 doc. A little bit, but that was also a case of that was mainly YouTube people. As far as I'm aware, it was, like, uploaded to a channel. I don't know if it was an actual professional thing. Unless it was, but fuck it. Funniest moment in Chris Chan lore was when Ethan Ralph recorded his arrest. Yeah, and then the demon moved on to Ralph. Famously, the demon moved on to Ralph. Because if you look at Chris now, he's like streaming on Twitch and apparently is pretty consistent in that and has a following there. So it's like, okay, so something happened. That's on Cyrax. Everything I see with Cyrax is just white trash sex offender dude, which I'm like, okay. What's her name? I don't know. Riro Ron. Okay, that's what they're saying. It was Riro. The demon's at Ricada. Yeah, wherever that Sanchu medallion goes. Don't fuck with Ouija boards. Don't fuck with Sanchu medallions. That simple. Recently learned about a training scandal where some girl fascist training fucked over several coders and grew minors while making Hearts of Iron 4 mods. Why do they always like this? I think I saw something about that, yeah. Where there was like a big call-out post where it's like, hey, we just want to make a mod and I know where there's someone like sharing fucking gore porn with kids. And it's like, wait, what? I think some VTuber hate can go far, like actually doxing him, but the sex scandal thing can make him look bad. I mean, it's like any fucking genre on the internet. Yeah, there's gonna be idiots who make them all look bad. Like, there are people who are really, really good in a genre, and then there's people who are really, really bad in a genre. That is true of literally anything you ever look up. There is a locale in every single genre video you can think of. It is just how it works. What's wrong with Ricada? He drank himself to retardation. Like, famously, you know, the historically well-known fact, Ricada actually watched the Just Some Guy video I did. And when it specifically got to the part about cuties, which was the French movie about the underage dancing group, which is the politically correct term of that, he got angry about that and was like, hey, that's fucked up, and we shouldn't allow this, and, you know, these kids are, like, obviously minors, and they don't know what they've actually signed up for. All very, very true points. I mean, that is just true. It's like those kids do not really understand what they signed up for, and in the future are probably going to be horrified. Now, because he wanted to get in bed with Dick and Vito, who famously defended cuties, went on and said, well, it's just a movie. Why does anyone care? And it's like, yep, of course. Stratledge for 2 fake monies. If Noel tried to save Chris, would you try for Nick? No. I don't fucking know Nick. We're all Tenma enjoyers here. That is true. Tenma is very good. That's on Pillars of Garbage. I'm not sure what you mean. I gotta tell the best part. After she got booted, she went to their old account and said that she regrets nothing. You know what? At least she's proud of it. Okay, so obviously there's a thing we have to do. Like, the fact she is willing to own it and go like, yeah, I did that. It's like, you know what? Fuck it. Fair enough. RedTube people are legit scumbags. I am really, really happy because, you know, I was browsing KF while I was doing shit earlier. I'm really happy that more people on the, like, BreadTube side of KF are pointing out that, like, yeah, that plagiarism video just seems like a targeted video to go after a guy that was causing problems for Nebula. I am really, really happy that is something to where, yes, obviously I wasn't the one who came up with it. There were people pointing out before, but the fact that now it is gaining traction and people are noticing how weird that is, it's like, yes, thank you. I feel vindicated for something I didn't even come up with. Where it's basically like, hey, you know, maybe we shouldn't take shit at face value and look into exactly why somebody would gun after people. All right. There we go. She owned her past like Neanders. Yeah, that's true. She did own it. I mean, hell, if you want to yell at VTubers having sex on stream, for fuck's sake, there was one VTuber who straight up got pregnant on stream. Like, she fucked her husband on stream, and the product of said fucking is one of their kids. I would have guessed each problem would ruin the nostalgia chick's job. They're not quite at the part where it's ruined, but people are noticing that, like, yeah, they are noticing. They're noticing. On stream? Yeah. That's another one where I don't remember her name. If I saw her design, I'll be like, yeah, that's her. But straight up, there was a VTuber who fucked her husband on stream, got pregnant from it, and had the kid. So there is now archived evidence of a lady getting pregnant And that kid has to live with that knowledge for the rest of their life. And pretty fucked up for a younger audience, not gonna lie. Oh, this is not a younger audience, it was VTuber audience. She knew full well what her audience was.
This is the House of the Fears. But there are so few of them.
Medicare finger blasted Jade on stream, that is true.
Many kindred spirits remain in hiding following the rebellion. Many
And that was how I met your mother. Yeah.
of their nation. We are the stubborn remainder. Even a
VTubers be wildin'. That's the thing. She's actually, like, beyond that incident, one of the more normal ones, because she's very open about the fact she has a family. Like, you know, most of them want to do girlfriend experience shit. This one apparently was like, yeah, I'm married and I have kids. So, kind of hard not to respect that in a way.
Ever are we hopeful that others will join our cause, but never did I dream that you would journey so far.
Was it Amori? Maybe. Let me look her up, because that's if I saw her design, I'll be like, yep, that's her.
Have you been here long?
I returned but recently, having concluded my mission. Oh, it is good to
I
see
think
you,
it
my
is.
friends.
Did I hear aright? Your mission is concluded? Then you have found the young master.
Ere we speak of that, I would know.
Problem is, it doesn't want to
circumstance
fucking...
our friends came to be here.
I think it is.
The Empire's crimes are all too familiar.
I'm sub to a VTuber's entire shtick is being a single mom. Her baby even has their own model for streams.
We wanted to stay and fight, believe me. But we knew it wouldn't work. We needed more time to rebuild.
That stream is on FC2, a Jap porn site. Okay. So I guess look that up. You know, VTuber impregnation stream.
To show you, to show everyone that you're not alone.
Now, granted, you're probably going to get like a million different fucking AI things that are not what you wanted, but, you know.
I'd like to think we proved that in the Ruby Sea.
But it is an actual thing.
Yes, and far more besides.
Why she gotta do her kid like that? Not all cases of it end up being horrible. I mean, they're... So long as the person involved is a good person and they know to, like, keep the loved one they have on stream as far away from the generalness of it as they can. I mean, obviously, there's always going to be bad actors who just want to see the world burn and they'll fuck with them no matter what, but... Eh.
Of Lord Cayenne, who perished during the rebellion. When it became clear that all hope of victory had gone, Lord
The one single mom VTuber is Sansan Jin, if I recall. Okay.
beyond our borders. But as his father's heir, he was determined to fight on, and so he did. Until he suffered a grievous wound in battle.
Maury got fucked on stream. No, it's a different lady who's see, I type her in and it pulls up something else. So I think it's like,
And spoken with him.
yeah, Uni channel. Is that it? Like Uni channel?
Oh, boundless and merciful Kami, the young master lives. Tell me, was he well? Did his
See, that's a problem. It takes me to like all sorts of different shit. So
to us?
You may take comfort in the
All right.
knowledge that he is hale and whole. However, when I invited him to return with me to Doma, he
Morning Sansan Jin is brown and tomboyish.
If Doma yet thirsts
You're not wrong.
for the blood of patriots and tyrants, I shall offer unto her my blade. But if she has had her fill of bitter draughts, I shall offer unto her conquerors.
You are very much not wrong. All right, so I assume she's mainly on Twitch, so I'll have to rely on clips for her.
Daughter of Doma,
I can make that work.
accept such a sacrifice. But for all my passion, he would not be swayed.
Speaking of single parents, my uncle finally got a new wife. He hasn't been married since his first wife passed away. That's sad.
He said,
Which one conceived on stream? The one who was like Mori something, like Ui Mori, or like Uni channel. As stated, I can pick out the design when I see her. That's why I'm pretty convinced of the one the guy brought up because it looks like her. It's just one of those of like I don't know for sure.
If the people no longer yearn to be free, 'twould be folly to rekindle the fires of war.
Been watching Bleach since season 1, though a bit odd seemingly, but very, very good. From which season it turns to HD? A while. Because season 1 of Bleach started in the early 2000s, so That was a while before anime turned to HD.
having done naught to stop it.
He will find that impregnated VTuber. No, it's just the fact that people brought it up, and now I don't remember her name. Like, the character is like one of those, like, kind of Bishoujo lolly ones where she's kind of, like, tall but has, like, a big... not doll. She's kind of like a doll and has, like, a big dress. And it's one of those where, like, I saw her and it's like, that's fine. I was on stream chat but didn't understand what was happening. Twitch subs are getting blatant to the point where one of them is going to fuck it up and ruin it for the rest of them in clusterfuck. They already did. Like, they already did. Because famously, that was the one where that one fucking VTuber, the trainee one, who famously went after Pick Me, by the way, straight up showed, like, anime porn, like, their naked model and, like, drew fetish art on stream. And for some reason, even though Twitch outright said that was okay now, they doubled back on it and was like, nope, can't do that, and then banned them. Which made them getting banned. Who gives a fuck? Saturday, they were a dick. Well, from which season? I mean, I don't fucking know. Stuff like long-running shonens like Bleach, you can't really describe as seasons. What does it look like? Got me curious about the situation. Here, I'll put the... Here. I'll put the channel link in the description so people can see if maybe... The fact that nobody has pinged me and went, hey, this is the one you're talking about is getting to me. Because, like, guys, you're supposed to help me out here. But I'll put the channel link so you guys can see and prove me wrong or not. Because I genuinely don't remember her name. Has misfortune seeing a Twitter post of someone headcanon Jesus and being trans because God didn't have to fuck the Virgin Mary, meaning he'd be a clone of her. Gotta be bait, ain't no way. Oh, that's just retarded teenagers. Also, an interesting fact about the uncle, his son was 18 when he was 38. Okay. So, had him at 20. Yeah. That's very normal. Yeah, it was her. Okay. Okay. So, there you go. That was the one who got pregnant on stream. Mariano's got out for having a not safe for work Discord for all minors. Yeah, specifically, and would, like, try to set up porn nights where they would watch porn and... Like, their mods were like, hey, that's a bad idea because this place is full of kids, and then they would get mad at the mods. So, there all sorts of just not great details. When is new Berserk chapter coming? What do you think? We do not know. We're in that period of like, dude, I don't know. They haven't announced anything. Fact VTubers are a thing feels dystopian to me. Not really. Like, I don't see anything inherently wrong with it because it's just another way of adding a gimmick to a stream, which is just a fun little animated character. I mean, technically a VTuber can be anything. It doesn't have to specifically be anime. And not all of them are girlfriend experience. A lot of them are just chill people. I mean, arguing that Pippa's girlfriend experience is like, makes me worried about your taste in women. But the point is, like, it is just another evolution of streams, which, if you want to argue it's dystopian, at least you can argue streams by their very nature are dystopian. February, they did announce it, but they said they were going on break in January. That's not the same thing as February. Like a recent anime review, which would be the next one? I don't know, because right now I'm mainly focused on holiday stuff. And next Berserk chapter is delayed by another week every time someone asks about it. And what's your favorite Christmas drink? Don't tell me you're a Cinder Cell. Real OGs are eggnog pilled. Yeah, I like eggnog. I like eggnog a lot. Listen, Lolly, you're the one donating 20 bucks to Pippa whose taste in women is questionable. I did that, so now I don't have any money to give people for Christmas. So, yeah. Bleach went HD after the last Grimjow fight. Okay, there you go. What languages can you speak apart from English? I can't speak any. I just know basic amounts of Spanish. Married and eggnog pilled. Yeah. Now, Pippa thinks show sucks at DMC. Shocking. Yeah, I wonder who Yeah, I wonder what brought that up. I guess Shota sucks so much at DMC that she had to step in and say something, you know? Remember a buddy and I did a boyfriend experience gig a while back. It was not fun. That just sounds awful. Phase Connect is the working at the shrink and dealing with the patient's experience. Another chapter on January 12th, and I assume there'll be a break. No, they said there's not going to be any chapters for January. I mean, chat donates money to Lolly. What does that say about chat? That is true. I know a tiny amount of Russian. I don't know fucking any Russian. Army Bro is the one that learned Russian. And he said he specifically did it so that, like, he could be stationed over there. And it's like, yeah, that's fair enough. At least I think that was it. It was something like that. Why won't you want a tall, neat, rich GF? Xander Dawson, $5. The only good girlfriend experience was 10 months girlfriend experience, Grandma Fox experience. Because she always finds a way to troll the campaign Ikis. Yeah. I much prefer it if they are just crazy and aren't trying to, like... There's a personality of streamer to where I just feel how artificial it is, and I just resent that. It sounds weird, but you know what I'm talking about. And that's what a lot of the girlfriend experience streamers kind of feel like. Where it's just so put on and so obviously an act that I'm just like... It's why I don't really... It's why... It's going to sound weird, but it's why I don't really watch collabs, because collabs usually feel pretty artificial. That's why I like a lot of the Phase Connect collabs, because the Phase Connect collabs feel the exact opposite, where like they're just bullshitting and having fun. Even then, some of them do feel a little, not quite scripted, but you know what I mean. Never continue Japanese. Japanese is fucking hard. At least Spanish, I can argue, like, Spanish I can at least go like, oh, hey, that's what this means. Kirsch talked about covering your dick like it's Tootsie Pop. She's a strange one. She is a very strange one. As long as she isn't spewing stupid political takes on Twitter, I'm fine with her. Which one? Like Phase Connect or like whoever? Yeah, Phase Connecting and Unhinged. But that's kind of the appeal. You know, they feel more natural. That's why I think Phase Connect is like, out of all the competitors to Hololive, Phase Connect is probably one of the better ones. Because they're just willing to let their talent go nuts. Which is what people want. It's like Hololive can be the ultra safe ones, and Phase can be the ones that are like, yeah, but everyone kind of wants that like moment of insanity. 80% of VTubers feel forced to me. Well, yeah, I mean it's the new money making gimmick. Fucking everybody and their mother was announcing a fucking VTuber rig when it got popular.
He turned us into fucking killers!
Talking Spanish then, motherfucker. Like I said, I know basic amounts. Japanese starts hard, gets easier, then gets hard again. It's a strange language. Yeah. And I do plan on sitting down. Like, it would be a fun one to do, like, learn Japanese streams or something. Because I do plan on going back to Japan at some point. And it'd be a lot better to understand how to say things. You know, if we ever get kidnapped by the Yakuza, we need to be able to get ourselves out of a jam. So long as I can learn I am the machine, I think we'll be okay. I do love Zentraya as the flail waifu. Yeah. In general, I'm fine with VTubers doing whatever shtick as long as they aren't tweeting down stupid politics. Yeah, a lot of them are apolitical. I mean, I say that. There are some who absolutely go like... There were specific controversies of certain, like, fucking VTubers going like, well, don't you understand that you need to get political? And it's like, no, you don't. The exact thing people are going to you for is not politics. They go to you to shut the fuck up. I am the machine. Zentraya is a man, though. If I remember right, it's like 2 people. It's a dude and his girlfriend. So I don't know if they're still together. But yeah, it's he rigged the text-to-speech, and she's the actual like model for it. Said you do a Japanese stream before you went to Japan, you wigger. Yeah, I know. Welcome to being old. You'll talk about ideas, then never follow through with them. I go back there one day, go to a hidden bar in Osaka. I got a connection there. I would like to go to Osaka. We mainly stayed in Kinchicho in Tokyo. So going to like different areas would be fun. I want to see Hokkaido in winter. Shota is all super paranoid about like, hey, I don't want to fly in winter. To which I'll say, dude, like when the plane gets high enough up there in the fucking sky, it is infinitely more cold than the temperature it reaches when we're on the surface. So it'll be fine. What's the best haircut on women? That's hard. Hime cuts are good, and I like pixie cuts. Pixie cuts can look really nice. My new Phase Connect almost burned her kitchen twice. She used electric kettle to boil potatoes. Okay. That's what I feel like if I ever saw that. Just be like, okay, yeah. I'll play Yakuza 7. I didn't hear how base it is. It's necessary to play all the other games first. It really, 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 really helps. Specifically 7, you don't need to. But just play the games because they're good. Just play them all. And play them all in like chronological order of like when they come in the timeline. Yakuza 0, Yakuza 1, Yakuza 2. 1 and 2, you can do either original or Kiwami. That's up to you. 3, 4, 5, then 6, then 7. And if you want Yakuza, but like more of a legal drama, do Judgment. Judgment's really good. Lost Judgment in particular has some of the best music in the franchise. That final boss theme is fucking amazing. Who's Latina, apparently. She's Latina? Oh, you're talking about Zen. Okay, I was about to say, the one who boiled potatoes with an electric kettle is Latina. How the fuck she not know how to cook? Did you went to Shibuya? We crossed through there, yeah. We crossed through there on our journey to get home after Mount Fuji, so we mainly stayed in the station. And I walked past a chick who was like puking her guts out, and I was like, huh, that happened. I shouldn't have brought Kiryu back after 6. They're rectifying that, because I hear that he has like some of the best moments ever in Gaiden. When he was brought back in 7, it's a pure like big dick moment where he's allowed to be the coolest guy ever. And 8 is obviously going to make a big deal out of the fact that he has cancer. So a lot of the leak situation thing going pretty big. Any thoughts? Oh, the Insomniac leaks? Yeah, once again, isn't it interesting how after the government mandated that there needs to be backdoors on like every fucking like network and all that in the country, and sometimes not even in the country, that we've had these major security breaches. Because it's never a small one. It's never just, oh, a handful of accounts got compromised. It's like, no, millions of accounts compromised, and if you put your account into a Am I Compromised website or something like that, more than likely you will be hit. It's like, yeah, it's not great. Ubisoft was hacked. Holy shit, no, Ubisoft? Holy fuck. It's almost like making everything a live service and demanding everything have a network is a horrible idea. Watch the Wendigan video on the MLK assassination. FBI iced him, didn't they? They flat out admitted to it. Like, the King family won the court case. They proved that, yes, the government did in fact kill fucking MLK. Recently finished Heisei era Godzilla. Pretty good. I can see where Legendary got most of the inspiration from. Yeah. In particular, Heisei, because that was... started off serious, but it quickly got goofy and just meant to be fun. Which fits Legendary a lot. I remember going to Kyoto once and talking with some Yugoslavian immigrants. It was interesting. Yeah. Idea of Kiryu not being in any way feels wrong. I'm okay with them moving on. Because, I mean, Kiryu was a key player in Yakuza. But there's a lot of moments where you can see that they're trying to move past him. Yakuza 4 in particular. You don't even see Kiryu until, like... I'm trying to remember the pacing in 4. You start off as Akiyama, you play as Saejima, and as Saejima you meet Kiryu. And then I think you play the cop, and then you play Kiryu. I think that was the pacing in 4. I might be wrong. There we go. Let me make sure that we're all... Yeah, the stream wants to act a little jumpy, but it's okay. Not too bad, but it's jumpy. More about these companies' future plans, the less I feel about these companies getting hacked. Yeah, the only problem with them getting hacked is they have access to your account information. Surprised Yakuza never got a movie or show. It did get a movie. Takashi Miike did a movie that was loosely based on the first one. But when I say loosely based, I mean like, if you did not play Yakuza 1, you would have no idea what the fuck is going on. Pet the beetle? I shall pet the beetle. Hey. Get over here. We're going to pet the beetle. There we go. My toilet's clogged. Unclog it. Opinions on Drexel? I have no idea who Drexel is. Yeah, he's still a big deal when he comes in, even in 6. He straight up beats him since an Ichiban. Oh, yeah. That is something I will always like. Even if people are kind of like, hey, after 6, that should have been him riding off into the sunset. I do like how much respect they have for Kiryu. Because when he shows up in 7, it is like a massive oh shit moment. Like, he's like one of the fucking super bosses. Which fits. He's the fucking Dragon of Dojima. Beetle petting action. Drexel is Rekeda's husband. Oh, that guy? I have no idea who he is. I don't really watch Rekeda. I watched him on occasion whenever there was a case I was interested in, but like, no, I didn't really know about Drexel. Pretty sure you straight up can't beat him. I've heard he's hard as hell. Would you like a link to the Yakuza movie? I've seen it. Like, I have seen it. And they talked about doing a live-action Lost Judgment, which specifically Lost Judgment is weird because it's the sequel to Judgment, and it is a direct sequel. So it's like, why not do Judgment first and then do Lost Judgment in Season 2? I don't know. As long as we get to see Yagami beat the shit out of teenagers, I'd be happy. Because that's still one of my all-time favorite moments in fucking Yakuza. Like, you go to the fucking high school in Lost Judgment, which is supposed to be... They specifically describe it as like a preppy academy where all the rich kids are. The rich kids are all fucking gangsters and sociopaths. And there was like a back-to-back fight of Yagami fighting his way through the high school, beating the shit out of teenagers and tossing them through windows and like breaking chairs over their heads. It's fucking amazing. Oh, there we go. I seen Blue Nova video saying that Heisei Godzilla was bad. He's bad. He's bad and he gets no bitches. Mine's been to get back to Yakuza 4. Stop playing because I didn't care about the cop story and I was tired of playing back-to-back Yakuza games. Burnout is a thing you can run into. I like the cop, though. Him being like a degenerate gambler I thought was interesting. It's like, okay, that's pretty cool. Ichiban doesn't even beat him. He's just like, okay, enough, and goes away. Fits. Sounds dope as hell. Oh, it's great. It's great. I love Lost Judgment. Video games cause violence. Pets Beetle. Imagine Persona game with a MC as a teacher and has to discipline most of the cast. That is Lost Judgment. Not even kidding. It has social links. It explicitly has social links. It's like a third of the entire game. Does Godzilla like belly scratches? Depends on the era. Heisei 1, he was a lot more goofy. You haven't beaten 7 yet? No. I got like halfway through 7, and then I just got distracted, because I think... Pretty sure Cyberpunk or Persona 5 Royal came out. And I'm like, oh shit, well I gotta put 7 on the back burner, because I gotta play those. And then I just kind of forgot about it. Now I'm going all the way through it. I'm on like chapter 9, and I'm getting pretty close. I'm doing some of the minigame stuff just to get some of the prizes. Holy shit, grinding those up are a pain in the ass. Sega sure loves reusing concepts. Yeah, I'm not against it. It's fun. And it's especially hilarious in Lost Judgment where it's like, one of the events to boost up the social link is you do a fucking heat move on a kid. Where it's like, hey, you know, how dare you lose your way and become the exact thing that you swore you would take down, and then you break his jaw, And the cutscene after that is, "You're right, Yagami-sensei. I was an asshole. I'm going to go to the hospital and think about what I've done." Now the doggo's all, "Did you get him anything for Christmas?" They're pretty good. Winston's all needy. Whenever you sit on a specific seat on the couch, he always tries to crawl up on you. I don't know what it is about that one seat, but he'll always try to crawl up on you, and I think he treats it as like his seat, and he gets all pissy if you sit in it. Apparently Boogie got naked on stream. Oh yeah. Unfortunately, I saw that. Ever played one of the Toho games? I have one of them downloaded. No. I lost it when I moved PCs. I remember now. It's like, no, I had it downloaded on my old PC and I was going to play it. But no. I played like some of the spin-off games. Played Valkyria Chronicles? Yeah, I beat it. I liked Valkyria Chronicles. From the Insomniac hack that Sony wants to make 100 to 150 to be standard price for games. Really hate those people who said games should be $70 and they open Pandora's backs. It's worse than that. It was specifically about Spider-Man 3. They were going to sell Spider-Man 3 in 2 parts. You'd have one part that was like $50, second part be $50, and then they would sell a collector's edition with both of them for $50. So you bought one, you bought the other, then you bought the collection with both of them, and it's all one game. It's Spider-Man 3, and it'd be $150 if you bought all of them. Which I don't know why you would buy the 2-parter if you already got 1 and 2, but fuck it. How'd you download Toho? There's like fan sites where you can download shit. The only thing I know about Toho is Sakuya Metroidvania. I've lost my patience with Boogie. I mean, anyone that paid attention for a long enough period of time and kind of just used basic pattern recognition knew that he was full of shit. We should get like Valkyria Chronicles type of game, but set in the 50s or 60s or just straight World War I depression. The thing with Valkyria Chronicles is it being so, like, unassuming is what makes the tragic parts hit harder. Like, that part in Valkyria Chronicles 1 where you go to the concentration camp legit was like a fucking tonal shift. Where it went like, oh, right, this part of World War II. And it was great. Especially since they killed off that one character in the camp. And it's like, oh, fuck, that hits. Oh, fuck, that hits hard. I like Valkyria Chronicles 1. That's just such a solid game. And they make video games, $150. Yo ho ho, Pirate's Life for me, yeah. Try playing Sunset Overdrive in Spanish, didn't realize I'm Mexican, could understand everything. Got it wrong, 50 for each Power Spider-Man 3, and the multiplayer would also be $50. Oh, that's right, they were going to sell the multiplayer. And that was one where I'm like, why the fuck are you selling the fucking multiplayer? Why would anyone want multiplayer? You see the new AVGN video on FF6? Yeah, he finally sat down and beat Final Fantasy VI, which was like... Yeah. There was something weird about that one, but I don't know if I'm going to sit down and watch it. It took me a while to watch Earthbound. And I don't have near as much like emotional connection to Earthbound as I do FF6. So Very actually lives? Does she? Oh, is that something like one of the sequels retconned? Because, like, yeah, Valkyria Chronicles 3. Yeah, no, fuck that. Her dying works so much better because the one character who is an asshole to her starts an entire singing career in tribute to her. It's like, no, keep her dead. Horrors of war. You know, main guy loses his sister, but he's able to get with the woman he loves. It's like, let this happen. An idea for Valkyria Chronicles in World War I type of thing would be sort of similar, where the player mostly does regular Fire Emblem type stuff and then hits you with Are We the Baddies? To me, Are We with the Baddies is just so fucking, like, tired and played out. Like, no. I'm okay with just fighting an evil empire. I don't know anything about Valkyria Chronicles except Sylvia Bless is hot and arousing. She's in VC3, but it was released in Japan only. Yeah, I know, but still, like... No, come on. Keep her dead. At least say Valkyria Chronicles 3 happens at the same time as 1, and then she dies. Didn't finish it because of a glitch that deleted the save. What are you talking about there?
before you today to deliver an announcement of the highest import. So listen well.
Federation ain't really better either. Valkyria Chronicles 1, they made it pretty apparent that, like, you are an innocent nation caught in the middle of all this shit. That's how I prefer. If they pulled some Are We the Baddie shit, I'd roll my eyes. Oh, AVG and FX6. Oh, okay. Sister doesn't come back. The big booby bad guy does, and Rosie dedicates singing to the sister. Oh, her? Because, like, yeah, that wasn't the one I was talking about. I know she dies. Well, apparently she's not dead. And also, okay, her not being dead does make sense, because they did establish what she did is one of the powers of the Valkyria. So it's like, her I can buy. The other one I'm talking about who gets shot is the one where I'm like, no, fuck that. Fuck her. Keep her dead.
You first.
War ain't black and white either, but we the baddies trope is so overdone. That's the thing. It's like when people say war isn't black and white, they don't mean the sense that they don't mean the sense that like just fighting a war inherently makes a nation evil. It's the things that are done during said war. There are a ton of wars where people did go in and they did attempt to treat the population well, and they were seen as liberators. There are examples of that. World War II famously, whenever the Americans or the Allies swept in, people treat them as liberators. Soviets were a different story, but Soviets were fucking animals. But, you know, the French loved the Americans. The fucking Italians loved the Americans. They loved seeing America come in and defeat the Nazis and all that shit. But the actual things the Americans did to win the war is where you dip into the moral issues of like, hey, you bombed an entire fucking town that was mostly civilians to kill one Nazi officer. Is that really okay? That's what that is. It's not just saying you are fighting war, therefore you are bad.
We thank you for your cooperation. Rest assured that this will all be over very soon. Once the Confederacy...
You see the new South Park special? I have not. I also need to check out the new Reacher episode. Browns put best for soldiers. We don't go to hell, not for killing each other. It's one way to look at it. Still want a Valkyria Chronicles game where he plays the Empire and goes full on, hey, you're a bad guy, go commit war crimes like Command and Conquer. Have that be supplementary to a full game where you also play as the good guys. Because just like... That is another case of like, I am growing weary of that, of just like, oh, I'm used to one thing, so just give me the exact opposite. It's like, no, there's a science to this. You can do both. You can do both. You can explore more than just thing you are used to. Well, I'm just going to go the opposite on every route of that.
But I should be going with you. I came here to fight.
Soon enough, Lise. Soon
Reacher's been pretty keen. Season 2 so far is really good.
I know that. I do. It's just...
I think Ace Combat does the gray morality of war pretty well. Ace Combat's usually pretty good with it. Because a lot of the time, whenever they want to establish a bad guy, they just have him kill your friends. So you just fucking hate them.
anything at all.
I think Silveria's deal in VC3 is some sort of midquel that takes place during the same time as VC1. Well, now that I remember who Silveria was, because like people are talking as if she was the sister. Because when I said the death that happened in the concentration camp, I was talking about the sister. So like her, I was like, wait a minute, why you like? Because I couldn't remember her name, I couldn't remember the sister's name. So I'm like, wait, Silveria, was that the sister? And from there, I was like, wait a minute, they kept her alive in fucking VC3? That doesn't make any sense. She got shot in the back. Finish Goblin Slayer Season 2. He does kill goblins. Yeah, I might check that one out. I like Season 1. I did like Season 1. I like the fact that it does the RPG mechanic shit in the best way, in that it just has subtle jabs to the fact... Not even subtle. It just has jabs to the fact it's a fucking D&D campaign, and other than that, they just let Goblin Slayer fight. Like, they just let him fight and kill, and it's great. Why is BetterHelp a scam? Online therapy. You tell me why that's a scam. Valkyria Chronicles 2 was really weird and bullshit at times, but the alternative jobs were cool. I heard 2 was not too bad. The thing is, it kind of just took away the grittiness of 1, where you are just in a unit going through a war, to be about like a military academy. I think that was 2. Or was that 3? It might have been both. And that weirded people out where it's like, oh, we're going to go back to academies? Really? You mean Asara? Yeah, Asara. Yeah. Sister doesn't die in the camp. She dies in not D-Day. I thought she died, like, not long after the camp. Like, you were in the camp when, one of the guys, like, shoots her in the back. And then they burn all the people alive, and, Rosie, the singer, goes like, why do they hate these people so much? I think 3 was a group of criminals. I thought that was 4. No, 3 was? Okay. Yeah, you mean Asara? Yeah. Alright. Oh, this is pretty fun. That is pretty cool, actually. Ariel for $10 been watching Berserk videos after reading the manga. Man, it must be an A for missing so many details. It is really good. It's just something you naturally pick up on when you keep reading it. Okay. So Imperial Guard, and then shoot him with the blow dart. This is kind of a fun little feature. What's your thoughts on Rape of Berlin? As stated, Soviets are fucking animals. It was probably a mission after. Yeah, like I said, it was like a mission after. After the camp, they killed the sister. Yeah, but like I said, not long after. It was around that time. In fact, I think they were still in the camp when it happened. Because you had like 2 missions where you're trying to break into the camp, then you're actually in the camp. What's on Valkyria Chronicles 4? When I buy the first one on Steam, not sure to buy a bundle or not. I haven't played 4. I hear 4 is not half bad, though. What will come out first? The final chapter of Berserk and wins a winner. Does anyone even care about wins anymore? At least Koji Mori flat out said that, yeah, in the next 10 years or so, Berserk will be finished. Which is like an over-the-top time frame, but in terms of manga, and specifically the kind of manga Berserk is, yeah, not really that crazy. What's your take on the, well, normal people don't understand anime fan service take? Someone used that on me for calling them an idiot for complaining about My Dress Up Darling fan service. My thing is, like, dude, there are fucking sex comedies all the way in the 90s. It's like, no, people are well aware of what fan service is. It's just anime fan service has been ingrained in culture as, like, weird and icky. So it gets special attention because so many people made jokes about, like, well, you just want to jerk off to the Japanese hentai, cartoons with the tentacles. Why did I never hear about the Rape of Berlin in school when we learned about Nanking, the Holocaust, and although later the Holodomor? I don't know. Kind of a major event to talk about. American Pie, anyone? American Pie. What was that one with Ben Stiller where he wiped jizz in his hair? That was a sex comedy. I gotta find one more. I think it was like Much Ado About... No, it wasn't. Something about Mary. Yeah. Which is a good movie, but the point applies. It's a sex comedy. Vulgar sex comedy. Super bad. You jerk off to prostitutes doing unspeakable things on camera. Exactly. It's like, everyone's a fucking hypocrite with this shit, so that's why the standards aren't even... I keep referring to them as fraudulent because they are. It's just, what can you use to fuck people over? I mean, hell, you have like Jerry Springer, which openly exploited like minor kids being like outrageous and having sex and being white trash. Rocky Horror Picture Show. You're not wrong, but that is weird to kind of group in with like American Pie. That's kind of in a class of its own. Animal House, yeah. Eurotrip, yeah. 2000's live-action Scooby-Doo movie was supposed to be a sex comedy, but the studio wouldn't allow it. They keep saying that was just a rumor and they always intended to be a kids movie. Nah, I do fully believe that it was intended to be a sex comedy and they pulled back at the last second. AP history talks about, but atrocities are not appropriate or the most important to history since history's filled with it. Yeah, but still, it's important to know. Any teen movie from the aughts and the 90s, full of sex comedies. Remember the guy who codified super robots and magical girls going to guy also codified ecchi for anime and manga. Also, Fat Times at Ridgemont High. Anyone? Yeah. I'm in Daphne's body. Wait, I can look at myself naked. Yeah. First Scooby-Doo movie is so goofy, but it does have charm. Though everyone kind of agrees, for some reason, the second one is just better. Not another teen movie is a fantastic sex comedy. Captain America is the main character. Yeah, and that one was like explicitly making fun of the genre, yet still felt like every other sex comedy ever. There we go. What are your thoughts on The Amazing Atheist? Piece of shit grifter. Piece of shit grifter, and the more you learn about him, the more you just absolutely hate him. Hey, Velma, why are you putting peanut butter on Daphne? Like cartoon Scooby-Doo more? Yeah, but that's dated. It was there for people who grew up with it. Ever thought of doing another game series overview again? Yeah. In fact, I do have some planned. It's just I'm working through a lot of stuff. I'm updating the request list. That's going to be my project for the next few days to, upgrade all that. Update all that. And kind of plan out when I'm going to cover certain things. Because I think I already know what I'm going to cover for the new year. And it's going to be Kino. It's something that I have seen a lot of people like pipe up about. I don't know what's spurring it on, but I'm not complaining. Sex comedies aren't new to anything. It's just moralistic new age haste codes. Fuckers wanting to point and go, we're going backwards. Yeah. As stated, standards are fraudulent. The same people who talk about objectification and sexualization have fucking OnlyFans links. And the irony should hit people. That's in the Fate series. Any videos on it? I'm not super into Fate, but I do like it. Like watch Zero with the bros. Watch one of the movies. We watched Carnival Phantasm, and Carnival Phantasm was shitloads of fun. I loved Saber on her little lion machine. It was great. Poor Lancer getting the shit beaten out of him. It was great. Picked up Perfect Blue on your recommendation. Holy shit, what a wild ride. Now I can go back to finish your vid on it. Yeah. What does Kino mean? It's slang for really good. In all seriousness, it's German for movie. Or like film. Which American president has the highest power level? I don't know. Probably Trump. Because just being anywhere near politics has thrown the world into such an insane spiral. Saber is adorable. Saber was great in it. Lancer gets fucked in Carnival. Yeah, they literally make jokes that he's like Kenny from South Park. I cried laughing when during one of his deaths. I don't think it was Saber. It might have been Gilgamesh. Shouted out, oh my God, they killed Lancer, and then Saber shouts, "You bastards!" Like I laughed at that pretty hard. Kino did Totem. Yeah, because it's Film of the Dead. Favorite character who stacks paper and gets bitches? Kiryu. Specifically from sheer Giga Chad energy, Kiryu. Oh my God, they killed Kenny. It was Marsha and the female protag. Okay. Kiryu does not get bitches. He gets a ton of bitches. He just never, keeps them. Unless you count the orphans. Ever found a Jewess attractive? I'm dating one right now, and I feel like I'm betraying my ancestors. And it's like I don't think stuff like that's actually that big of a deal. It's mainly just stuff you can joke about online. And yeah, I mean, there's some Jewish girls aren't half bad looking. Watched the last episode of Eminence in Shadow Season 2. I've not watched Eminence in Shadow, period. Seeing a lot of people lately since 2B was announced for Grand Blue V Rising. How do people be upset at character known for fan service not have fan service in the game? Yeah. It's once again, like, really, we're going to do my global standards for fighting games, which was infamous for pedophilia scandals? Like, fuck off. Fuck off. And guess what? You'll never guess what happened just recently. A fucking... another dude on Twitter who was, like, infamous for being, like, anti-fan service and always going after people for complaining about fan service was outed for being, like, fucking weird and sexual with people without their permission. It was the nigga Pokemon guy. It's like he had a big call-out thing where, like, hey, yeah, he's acting weird with people and like, won't stop messing with them and shit like that. It's like, yeah, every fucking time. Every fucking time. It's like, it's why I say at this point, like, I sincerely do not fucking care about the my fan service or my lolly debate, because it's just people who want to jerk off to Shoujo Ramon and people who want to cut your head off for knowing what Shoujo Ramon even is. It's like, no, both sides of this, it's an unironic both sides thing, but at least you can say, hey, the side that want to jerk off to it doesn't want to rip anything away from anybody and, like, prop themselves up on, like, a fucking totem pole. Did you see the Suicide Squad kill the Justice League leaks? Yeah, it looks awful. I was saying it looks awful since it was announced. The gameplay came out and it looked like a fucking Warframe Destiny clone, and I said, this looks like shit. Gary gets bitches, just happens that he's only interested in 2 of them. Jocelyn McKnight for $10. Just finished my favorite Christmas movie. It's a Wonderful Life with a Family. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Yeah. Whole bunch of good shit. Whole bunch of good shit. Okay, well in uniform. Okay. So it's gonna be one of those. Gotta wear the fucking uniform. Do I even have a space for it? Oh, here. Damn it, no. Here. Damn it. I gotta find the fucking shit. Most of Kiri's women die. Not all of them. Only one of them. That was Yumi. Yumi's the one who died. Cop chick left him, but she might come back in 3. Not 3. 8. Chicken 5 was just kind of using him. Like there was excuses. There were excuses. So okay, what is the? Is it Ishgardian Knight armor? Might be. Let me try this. It is not. Okay. And who cares what they jerk off to as long as it doesn't actually involve others. Once it involves others, the crime is just not a line that's just not okay. Exactly. And once again, it's a case of like every fucking time these standards are put in place, and I'm just gonna get rid of some of these. I really don't need some of these. Every time we oh. Okay. Yeah, every time we push these standards and we use them to gun after people, it always turns into a fucking witch hunt. It's always a witch hunt. Okay, not quite there. And then we find out a lot of the people who are involved in said witch hunt are just assholes that are using it for their own gain. So that's why I'm like, hey, can we knock off the fucking witch hunts? It's like, no, but this time we're totally right. This time we're totally right. Yeah, every fucking dumbass part of a witch hunt says this time we're totally right. Okay. It should be as simple as looking at their level, but I don't know. We need state-mandated bullying. Doesn't really care about the woman in 5 and honestly feels like he hangs out with her because of loneliness. Yeah, I say the woman herself didn't really care about Kiryu. Okay. Yeah, this might actually be a problem here. I do not know where it put the... I do not know where it put the armor that we need in order to do this. Let me talk to her. Okay, so we did not dispose everything. That's in the God Eater games. If you watch the anime, suddenly it was 1 season. I've not watched it, and I do not know anything about God Eater. Okay. Yeah, fuck it. So now we're in the exciting part, inventory management. Sentinel, maybe. I just hope he gets a happy ending in 8. He has cancer. He is not getting a happy ending. They explicitly made it to where he's not going to get a happy ending and he is going to die. Was emulation setting up said emulator to be so damn cryptic? It's not even really cryptic. It's just, yeah, there's a lot of them that are a lot more involved than others. Logistics makes the world go round. The only game that looks like really good so far is Grand Blue Fantasy Relink game. Glad we're getting a demo for it this year. Yeah. Like I said, I want Dragon's Dogma 2. Dragon's Dogma 2, Infinite Wealth. There's going to be some good games. Kiryu deserves so much better. He does, but also this is a fitting way to kind of let him ride off into the sunset in his own tragic way. It's like, yeah, he has to die, and this new generation will come in, and he no longer has to be dragged into everything. Because every time he tries to run away, and every time he tries to, you know, to leave the life, he gets dragged back in some way. So it's just kind of fitting. Maybe this. No, I think that's Cloud Strife. Yeah, no, that's not it. Fuck. The hell is the goddamn... Here. I'm just going to look up at the number 55 armor. Okay. Thank you. Because I was legit blind to this. It's like, what the fuck does it want from me? I have too much shit. I have way too much shit in my inventory. There we go. Hakama 55. There we go. Okay. And I will say, it looks pretty damn sick. I might even use a fucking glamour to turn my armor into this armor set. Not the helmet though. I'm not too big fan of the helmet. But it does look sick. It does. Okay. So, Imperial Salute. You got a favorite sibling? I like my big brother a lot sometimes. I don't really think of it as like favorite. But yeah, I got siblings. Hope at the barely least he goes, who cares about faking? I'm gonna die anyway, so I may as well enjoy my time. I mean, that kind of is what they've been doing with it, where, like, I don't have the full context, because I've been avoiding it. But I do know the ending of Man with No Name is him specifically going about how he wasted so much time in his life and he's given up everything and he still is getting dragged into shit and his loved ones are getting threatened. And it's like, that is pretty sad. You can ditch most of the green items you pick up. You can put gray items into retainer, delete them. Quest rewards can be picked up later from Calamity Salvagers in town. Okay. So yeah, I might go ahead and do that because my inventory is a little too busy. I've been relying on auto-optimize a little too much, so I'm just like, okay, I just forgot that other piece of armor exists. Are you older or younger? Younger brothers rise up, fuck older brothers. I'm the youngest. Is your character dummy thick because the outfit or because your design? I think it's the outfit because here. See, I don't really notice a change. Now, granted, I do have a cape in the way. You gotta be real messed up in the head to come to that conclusion, yeah. I don't know why I'm stammering so much lately. Feels like I can barely talk anymore. What's your opinion on Dandadan manga? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I am excited for the anime. I have 4 younger siblings and they're all idiots in their own way. They're supposed to.
Listen to me, all of you. We have dealt with the Imperials for now, but you must flee this place quickly.
Dealt with them? Oh no. You didn't kill them, did you?
Are you mad? There's no escaping the Empire. Running will only make it worse.
What's your favorite Resident Evil waifu? Ada's my favorite. Ada. I really like Claire. I really like Rebecca. Has some pretty good ones.
You know this to be true. Even if you lack the will to fight, surely you have the will to live. Or has that too been beaten out of you? Is this what has become of Doma?
You were Lord Hien's retainer, trained to fight without fear and obey without question. Well, we're not. We're lost and afraid. We hate this, all of this, but we can't do a damn thing to change it. And trying will only make it worse.
They are, in fact, buck broken.
But it's all we got. And when people like you come here pretending it can be different, it doesn't help. All right?
Peace, boy. Peace. She came to help, and for that we should be grateful.
Elder, your face.
We all have scars. Some too many to bear. Too many battles. Too much lost. Our friends, our family, even our liege.
Oh, those horns are weird fucking ears. For Yuguri? Yuguri is specifically horns. Or Yugiri.
Surrender our dignity. How are we to lift our heads when this shame weighs so heavily upon us? Your courage, your resolve, they are as salt in our...
Favorite Resident Evil game? I really like 4. OG 4. It's amazing. Yeah, or apparently part dragon. Yeah. It's horns.
If they only knew what you would do for them, my lord. You have made your plight clear, and I shall impose my will no more. But know this, brothers and sisters of Doma.
Hololive Fox Girl is streaming FF14 too, but she's playing a Lalafell. Shake my head. All women want to play Lalafells, and they all deserve to be bullied.
You are still here. You are still alive. My lord prays you value your life as highly as he does. As for me, I swear by all the kami in creation that I will free you from this torment, no matter the cost.
I like the wolf guy just staying there in the background. My favorite Resident Evil is Revelations 1. That was a fun one.
I will tell them we were tricked by an Ori woman.
How's it been? Haven't caught with one of your streams in a hot minute. Yeah, it's been pretty good. We're doing FF14.
To keep your loved ones safe.
The lolly race? Yeah, the potato race. Do you want to play Lollipops because they're cute or something? Yes, they specifically chose them because women find them cute.
Why would you... After everything...
Why would they make Miles a more brutal, hard-boiled, streetwise Spider-Man where he comes from bad background, influenced by his uncle, but is inspired to become a hero by Peter showing him the light? That's Venom. Venom is already anti-hero Spider-Man. Haven't been paying attention. What's the plot of 14? So, in our actual campaign, which is the Bunny Girl, we are just dipping into Heaven's Ward. As in, we're not even officially there yet, but we got all the teases for Heaven's Ward. Up until then, it's a Realm Reborn, which is just you're helping gods fight off evil, blah, 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 blah. We are in Stormblood, which is 2 expansions down the line, and it is different. Right now, we are helping a nation fight off an opposition. The Empire in specific. The Empire does a whole bunch of shit. Who have been oppressing the people for some time. And as you saw, the people are just used to it by this point, and they've been through enough failed revolutions to the point they are just tired. Really don't know who is really at fault on the translation of Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising. My money's on Arxis because I doubt that Side Games is at fault. Oh yeah, Arxis is kind of shown where they think the money is in global standards, and they don't understand that the one thing keeping them afloat right now is fucking fighters. Favorite race in this game? The bunny people are fun. But I also like the Rogdigan, which are just the big people. Watch Venom game be about Miles with his Venom powers. It's not. It's going to be explicitly about Venom. It's probably going to be about Eddie in San Francisco. Once again, I actually played Spider-Man 2, so I understand that it wasn't completely about Miles. The very end where it was like, oh, Spider-Man needs to retire, yeah, that was bullshit and pulled out their ass, but like, no, it did not puff up Miles near as much as what people thought. I grew very, very tired of listening to people who never played the game talk about the game. Can I have an afro in this game? Yeah. There's a bunch of different hairstyles. Which race in this game makes for the best sex slaves? The bunny girls. The bunny and the rabbits. Well, the rabbits and the cats. Those are the ones that you can easily see people jumping towards. Spider-Man 2 just blows. It's not perfect, but as stated, I got really tired of hearing people who, like, never played the game talk shit about the game in ways where I'm like, dude, that's not what fucking happened. Like, you can shit on the game for a bunch of stuff. I agree with Showdown that it's a lot buggier than the first game. It feels rushed. The combat is nowhere near as fleshed out as the first game, which is saying a lot, because Spider-Man 1's combat wasn't even that great. It was just basic Arkham shit. Venom, as cool as he is, feels so split off from Kraven. And I get why, because, like, Kraven's supposed to build up the first 2 acts of the game, and then the third one is Venom, and he's the twist bad guy. The problem is, by the time he shows up, by the time he shows up, it never really marries with the Kraven stuff that well, because you just immediately kill Kraven. And on top of that, they kind of just recycled the Doc Ock storyline from Spider-Man 1, where the Doc Ock storyline in Spider-Man 1 was explicitly, Peter was friends with Doc Ock, and then Doc Ock turned evil, and their relationship fractures until, boom, it explodes. That's literally the exact same thing that happens in 2 with Venom. It is downright beat for beat, to the point that it was following it so much, I was convinced it was going to subvert it, and it never subverts it. Most people who shit on the game are annoying woke spotters, but the game does have a lot of flaws. It does have a lot of flaws, just as stated. When they do the ringing the bell because they saw shadow crap, it makes actually critiquing it a lot harder. I like Sleeping Dogs' version of Arkham Combat better. Sleeping Dogs at least felt creative. It felt like it was building something with it. And it was great. Second day of a 3-night off weekend. Spending the night updating Baldur's Gate and Cyberpunk mod list before work consumes my time again. How it goes to leveling. It's pretty good. Should I wait till 3 for Venom, honestly? No, I can understand. You want to do Spider-Man 2, so you're going to introduce Venom. I understand it, because, I mean, they were dropping hints in, like, fucking Spider-Man 1. The problem is, as stated, it feels as if the game wasn't ironing out the exact pace. You know, to where it's like, Kraven is such a big deal, and then he's just not a big deal anymore. And then you deal with Venom, who feels like such a big deal. It doesn't feel like how Spider-Man 1 does, where Spider-Man 1 built up the entirety of the Sinister Six, where you are jumping from villain to villain to villain, and it does genuinely feel exhausting, and then you have to fight them all at the end, and it feels apocalyptic, you know? You understand why it's such a big deal for Peter to get this done. Spider-Man 2, it just kind of feels like, okay, now Venom's just the new Kraven. And the thing is, I love what they do with Venom in it. You know, Venom in it is really, really cool. I love Tony Todd as Venom. He's fucking awesome. The problem is just like, it was building up too much of the Null stuff, which is obviously going to apply to spinoff. Null is very divisive. I like the idea of Null, but then they explained way too much. It's, yeah. Which Peter being fired at the start led to him kind of hating Miles, with good black suit drama. Nah, you don't need that. No. It did it well enough with him getting more violent and wanting to kill people, because then it permanently ends it. The way they handled Peter becoming corrupted by the suit, to me, was fine. That was fine, and I loved the fight between him and Miles. Where, at first, it's the Kraven fight, and then you have the exact opposite mechanics with Miles. That was dope. What's the fastest you beat in a game? When I was a kid, I beat a Bakugan game in hour and a half. I used to play, like, Force Unleashed 2 so much, I could literally beat it in 2 hours. Which is not saying much, it's a very short game, but, yeah. Could literally time it. That's on large breasts and their ties to lower back pain. Listen, it's a sacrifice they must be willing to make. Man, Lolly, you want Venom to say surf into web, surf into web. It wasn't really that big a deal. I like the fact he was just scary Venom. Like, he wasn't really that much of a joke. I like that. I hate how in the Null arc I explained why fire and sonic weapons work on them, species-wise PTSD. Yeah, it's like, that's dumb. You don't need to explain that. It just works. It's their weakness. Symbiotes do not need a god. I think the concept is fine. The problem is, yeah, they explained way too much. Gave it way too much lore. Mostly agree, but if they have a KKK cup size one, then what? As stated, as a sacrifice they must be willing to make. I got roles for people in 14 trying to help you out, or just won't be left unbothered to run through the story at your pace. We're mainly focusing on the story. We're not really doing a lot of the grind stuff. Lore's half the fun, but there's a line. There is a line to where you cut it. Favorite Silent Hill game, which is overrated? I love 2. 2 is my favorite. People argue 2 is overrated, but it's like, that's a medical disorder? No, there's women with even bigger tits. I'm in line, there's women with pea cup sizes.
Never did I lose faith in them. Even when all was lost and I led our people to Eorzea, I clung to the belief that our dream would one day be realized.
I just don't like the Insomniac Spider-Man games. That's fine. You cannot like them. As I stated, my big thing is, like, just don't repeat the fucking V talking points. Because I know they're V talking points. They are still, and I mean still, pushing the thing of, like, oh, they based Mary Jane off that one intern. And it's like, dude, no they didn't. For the love of God. When you say this shit, all they are able to take that and go, so you never played the fucking game, you never listened to what Insomniac was saying. It's like, yeah, shit like that's important to be like, no, that's not what happened.
You remain resolute even in the face of everything we have seen. It heartens me more than you know.
She can hide my head between the melons, I'm a marry her fast. There you go. Skill issue, hit the gym, train your back. Yeah. But is it true, though? As stated, I can immediately tell when it's a V talking point because I played the game and I go, no, that's not what happened.
An Imperial airship.
They made her OP, though. All they did was, like, give her a fucking gun. Like, it is just Last of Us stealth segments. It's not even a matter of OP. It's just the fact that they added basic combat to already very basic stealth. Too big can be a bad thing? It can. But my levels of too big are different than yours. Would it be creepy if DMC5 Dante was with a 19-year-old? Dude, he's like... He is an old man to the point of, like, yeah... Be with a lady. Lady's closer to your age range, and she bullies the shit out of you. I don't care about the truth anyway. They constantly gaslighting you. Yeah, but it's a thing of like, dude, don't play into it because you look like a retard. Like, take 2 fucking seconds to go, is that actually what happens in the game? And then check yourself. You don't have to just take V at their word just because they say things that you like. So would an item care package be fine, or just gonna nab the quest items given out in vibe? Well, I'm just going through the story stuff. We don't really need any kind of item care package. I am wearing the armor, the antiquated stuff from Heaven's Ward. So we're fine on armor until like the very end, which is where I'll start grinding dungeons to get the suit of armor that's top tier for this one. And that'll be kind of our formula, which is going to be like way down the line. I hope Lady never ages. I also hope she never ages. She is perfect. Mary Jane segments suck. Woman just needs to carry some heat on her. Well, as stated, it's a thing of like... Think about what you're asking for. The obvious thing is everyone's like, hey, we just don't like these fucking segments. We want to get rid of them. Insomniac has flat out said they're not going to get rid of them and they will make people like them. Which is, yeah, that's fucking stupid. But if they're going to force them in, having the dumbass web shooter gun, it's like, there's worse. Fuck it, there's worse. There's worse, and I just want these segments over with so I can get back to being Spider-Man. I don't care. You can say something sucks without going, it's the worst thing ever and it ruins the game. There is an even-handedness you can go with here. At this point, you're outright control opposition. He's about V talking points. Best thing you can do is shut the fuck up. Yeah. Or, as stated, just check shit yourself and form your own opinion. No police in the sequel, but they had the Wagner group patrolling Manhattan. That's on Silent Hill 3 being an abortion allegory, apparently. And Silent Hill 3 is mainly just kind of meant to be disturbing. Like her face is a bit more square. That's the thing. Everyone looks off in Spider-Man 2. Specifically pointing to Mary Jane always felt wrong to me because, like, dude, everyone looks off. The only character that looks half decent is Peter. And even then, it's still that weird thing of he looks too much like a pretty boy in Uncanny Valley because they try to make him look more like Tom Holland. Like, everyone looks wrong in Spider-Man 2. It's not just Mary Jane. Silent Hill 4 is an allegory for circumcision. Oh, God. They looked better in the first game. They did. They just all around looked better. Which leads into the... once again leads into the theory of this game might have been rushed. Miles looks okay. No, Miles to me looks like shit. Like, his suits look good. Miles himself, to me, looks off. He gives me that Deborah Wilson effect of, like, the eyes are way too, like, emphasized. They use that excuse, but nostalgia's keeping us adrift when it's too much of a risk like hell. It just screams we don't want to risk things anymore. I'm assuming you're still talking about Spider-Man. I think that could make for a good Silent Hill game dealing with pregnancy. Well, I mean, it's not... If you're going to do like a horrifying theme, I think, yeah, that would work. I mean, Silent Hill 3 was kind of about that. Kind of-ish. Were you there for the Silent Hill 4 Circumcision Wars? I remember. I wasn't there, no. Because I wasn't even aware that was a thing until Wang made a video about it.
There you are. What happened?
Miles just the same from Spidey 1, but they changed his fucking haircut. Yeah, and to me, it just looked weird. It just looks weird. Everyone else got tinkered with, and he's the same. It's weird.
Gosetsu, we spied an airship bound for the castle. Know you aught of it?
Aye, that we do. The Crown Prince is come to Doma.
Amnesia Rebirth, Corn, the market, and pregnancy in horror games. It's not even like a thing where you need to use that for a theme. It's just I can see that working for a horror game.
Appears to be some concern in Garlemald that subversive elements may be rallying in other provinces. Though Yotsuyu governs Dome, Xenos remains the province's anointed viceroy, and it would seem he has come to assess the current situation in person.
Silent Hill should have ended with 3 and 4. Should have been its own game, like it started out as. Yeah, but I think the way 4 turned out, I think it works for a Silent Hill thing. I think it ties into the lore all right, beyond some weird aspects,
Xenos at Rolga's reach. We have seen firsthand what he can do.
like implying the serial killer was motivated by the evil of the town to kill. That was weird.
Alliance, the Resistance, and the Scions, and he defeated us all.
I have a pregnancy fetish, so I like pregnancy horror. We did not need to know that. This goes into the pile of nigga. Not even Batman could beat that shit out of me.
It is true, but if we are to defeat him,
I mean, okay, you know what? You know what? I will give you this. I will give you this. In terms of DeviantArt fetishes, that is one of the more like, you know what? Fuck it. Yeah. Okay, I can see people being okay with that. It's like, you know what? At least it's not furries. At least it's not diapers. At least it's not blueberry shit. Like, you know what? Fuck it.
We keep to the shadows, the domain of the shinobi.
Oh, stream crashed.
You need only give me the
Give it a sec. Give it a sec. Give it a sec. Give it a sec. Then there's male pregnancy. Yeah, male pregnancy is where you just straight up dip into like, yep, weird. Yep, it's weird. It's fairly tame compared to other shit I've heard. Yeah, yeah. The fuck is pregnancy horror? What it sounds like. It's like Rosemary's Baby, shit like that. Where it's about the horrors of pregnancy and what that means.
I will not squander this opportunity. If we do naught, our master's life is forfeit.
Even should you succeed, Xenos' death will not win Doma her freedom. More likely, her doom. Can we defend
Pregnancy isn't even a kink to me. It's literally hardwired into you. And to me, it is a kink.
few against a legion? Do not be afraid.
It's a kink because, like, I personally don't really see it. Like, there are artists that I follow on Twitter where they will retweet that sometimes, and I'm kind of like, I really don't understand this, but at least it's not. At least it's not chick getting fucked by a horse. You know what I mean? It's at least in that realm of like, hey, I don't get it, but whatever. There's worse. One of my friends was mom was pregnant. She thought she gained weight and she did a lot of sports trying to lose weight. Yeah. Stupidity of women. What about impregnation then? I mean, yeah, that is just to the point of like that's your fucking human instincts. That is something to where it's like, yeah, dude, that is just hardwired into your brain. That's on people who say Nightmare on Elm Street 2 is now going for homosexuality. A lot of the details in the story do line up with it, but the director flat out said it was unintentional. So it's something to where you can accept it as what it's about if you want. But just know that if you're like, hey, I don't really see it that way, not even the director did. The director flat out said, like, I had no idea that people were viewing it that way. Now, whether or not that's cope, because it was an 80s horror movie, so making explicitly about gay culture and coming out and all that would not have been a good idea to market the movie on. But, you know, Merry Christmas. It is Christmas Eve for me. It is officially Christmas Eve. So, I still have a little bit of ways. Impregnating someone's part hardwired. Having sex with someone already pregnant feels weird even if it is yours. Yeah, that's where that's where you dip into the territory of, I don't get it, but at least it makes sense to the people who do get it. So, making women pregnant is basic instincts. Fucking the pregnant woman is fetish. Yeah. That's on JoJo Lands. It's pretty good. Remember Deadbean was such a fag over Nightmare 2, he couldn't stop telling you to accept it in his vid. Yeah. Once again, he is a douche in a lot of his stuff. And then when called on, he's like, oh wow, you know, I don't even act like that. I don't even spurg like that. It's like, yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. My mom realized she was pregnant when she took the test by drinking an entire pack of beer. Luckily, it only came out with a Jimmy Neutron-sized head, not something worse. If it's early enough, alcohol isn't too much of a problem. And that is something along the lines of like, hey, be very, very, very fucking careful. But so long as she quit drinking after that point, it's like, yeah. Is your mom dead? No. Call me crazy, but I'm a little sad that Yosuke's romance was cut from the final version of P4. I don't really give a shit, because I would never have touched it. Doop. Same time, 9 months without sex be hell for me. Well, a lot of pregnant women, they outright say it's hell. That's why a lot of them do have sex while pregnant, because apparently it is a thing where they will be more lonely than usual. It is an actual thing. It's like hormonal imbalances. When compared to other fetishes, I'd argue pregnancy is borderline normal. Yeah, Estee, it's something where like you can understand somebody in your friend group saying that they're into that. The extreme of it is where you dip into the weird shit, like, you know, like what was that one horror movie where like the lady's impregnated by an alien and like her stomach expands and then like a full-grown man pops out? That's where you get into like the weird shit of like, okay, if you're jerking off to that, you're a little too far gone. Difference between 2 days pregnant and 2 months is astronomical. Yeah. Extra. Yeah, it was extra. Species? It was not Species, though. I know which one you're talking about. You're talking about Species 2. It can literally be A1 chocolate with raisins behind. You don't even like that kind. Give me raisin chocolate. Yeah. Very weird thing. Don't be a Dobson. That's all you gotta know. Just don't be a Dobson. And I won't judge you. This guy's gonna sell us out. I'm gonna kill the crown prince and be the big hero and save the world. He's gonna sell us out. Fucking asshole. Obviously, mean Tom Preston? Yeah. Everyone knows him by his slave name. My Xenogears Dojin is pretty much revolving around that. Ellie was called Sophia and Deus is a demigod allegory. Homie, no one asked you to disclose this. No one asked you to disclose that it was your Dojin. Remember some video where a guy summarized a movie where Kristen Stewart fucks a car and gets Tetsuo Iron Man AIDS? Fucking art films, man. Yeah, that was a French one, right? Ow. Put it back in the box. We didn't ask, but we need it. No, you didn't. Unless you needed it to feel superior, which, I mean, that's one thing. Bless you, thank you. Yeah. People get women by being in charge and knowing what to do. I get women by being so pathetically useless it activates their maternal instincts. We are not the same. What are your thoughts on Part 9? I still need to catch up on Part 9. I got a little bit further into it, but so far it's a pretty interesting setup. I like the fact that JoJo in this one is just a fucking douche. Like, he's the exact opposite of, like, Super Good Boy Giorno, where he's just out for himself. He doesn't give a fuck. Johnny had elements of that. Part 9 feels like it's doubling the fuck down on that. Remember when Dobson had a massive hatred of anime because of Atlantis and Treasure Planet? Yeah. And then he still ripped off anime styles all the time. Can the whale go underwater? You can go underwater. It's just specific areas where you are allowed to go underwater. Danbo, hey penis, what? Knife. I do like the music in this area, it's really nice. Straight up vanilla impregnation fetish here. I'm still way more normal than most of y'all fucks. Vanilla impregnation is not even a fetish. That is just straight up hardwired instinct. That's what you as a... your monkey DNA is telling you what to do. Yosuke romance would be funny if it was just domestic abuse. The investigation team notices bruises on him and Yosuke's trying to hide a black guy. I bet you would like the Japanese-inspired music, you fucking weeb. It's nice music. Remember how Keffel said he wanted to fuck his mom and use MILFs as a way to fulfill that desire? Yeah, Keffels is weird. He's now trying to accuse an ex-boyfriend of raping him, which all I can think is, man, I remember the last time a prominent left-wing account accused somebody of rape. It did not end well. Have you watched Tamers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? I've not. Nobody fucking asked you guys. Stop sharing fetishes in chat. It is the day before Christmas. And all you want to do is talk about what fucking shit you jerk off to. It's insane. It's insane. Santa's marking this down, you know. Get pregnant, get pregnant, get pregnant. Alright. Tamers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is best YouTuber. I don't know who that is. I like femboys and tomboys. Please don't reveal information like that. We are in public. We are eating at a nice restaurant. Please stop talking about what you're jerking off to super loudly. The waitress can hear you. She is looking at you. What do you usually have for Xmas? Usually like ham. We usually make ham. Christmas ham is just nice. Why do people think the idea of having children is a fetish? Some people it is. Like there is unironic breeding kink, but at the same time, it's also the fact that we're so used to culture just kind of turning every single aspect of sex into a commodity that people don't really understand there was a time where people took it seriously and they cared about it. Eric Jimenez for $2. Any advice for Leah when reading Berserk? I saw the clip where she pulled up Griffith and apparently she says that he's ugly. And that confused the hell out of me. So it's like, alright, if she's not going to simp for Griffith, who is meant to be the pretty boy, who the hell is she going to simp for? Because I doubt it'd be Guts. Like, Tenma simping for Guts, that would make sense. But Leah, I don't know. Jesse, stop touching my balls. He's been continuing Sonic Underground for the last 15 years. I don't know. It's a fetish for parents, but not the creepy way. Yeah, probably Zod. Would she be down for... You know, okay, never mind, yeah. As soon as I said it, it's like, yep, she likes Freddy Fazbear. Yeah, she would totally fuck Zod. Specifically demon form Zod. Specifically. That was more because sex discouragement was making people pent up. Nah, Estee, I think it's more the turning sex into a commodity.
He comes.
Besides impregnation, I'm also down for Stranded Island as well as fights that end in sex. Stranded Island, that's very specific. Once again, very specific, but like all three of those, it's like none of those are particularly weird. She likes chubby, quiet boys. So is she gonna like Minister Foss or something? The fucking midget dude, really? Okay, Capcom has come to you to give them ideas for Resident Evil MMORPG, how you make it. Resident Evil MMO already is like, dude, that's destined to fail, so fuck it, Destiny ripoff, not Destiny, Division ripoff. Open world city infested with zombies, and people can like loot or shoot or shit. Who fucking cares? If I'm put in charge of Resident Evil MMO, it's a contract job. I'm fucked. Who cares? 2 out of 5 of the new phase girls like Berserk. Good. She might like Pippin. That is true. She might like Pippin. She'll simp for his Zon. Get one of those gut statues for my mom. She really liked his character, so I'm sure she'll love it. Yeah, they're pretty damn cool. Leah likes the Adachi types. Oh, so she will like Zod. Well, okay. Adachi is sadistic serial killer, so it would be more like Wild. It'd be more like Wild, but Wild is just flat out psychotic. And like tortures and rapes. Zod at least has the warrior's honor where he'll kill you, but only if you are getting in his way and you are a fellow warrior. He tends to ignore civilians. Mainly maybe the Moonlight Knight. Talking about Skull Knight? Do you watch WWE or AEW? If so, thoughts on CM Punk returning? I don't watch a lot of it, but I am aware that he came back, and a lot of people are like, holy fuck, really?
How weak you are. Is this the sum of your hate?
This is only the beginning.
Leah used Adachi's head for a lollipop chainsaw thumbnail. That's fun.
Mayhap I shall test this new blade of yours. Let us hope it is to my liking, lest your misfortunes compound.
Zod kills people fast and doesn't prolong suffering. He's the most honorable apostle. Well, more than that, you've never once seen him kill an innocent person beyond Flora. And that was under orders from Griffith. You have never seen Zod directly attack a civilian. It has only ever been other warriors.
Then again, I am loath to expend such effort on the unworthy. Come, earn the honor.
Do you think Kojima would have made a Silent Hill MMORPG? Hearing how he wanted to make his prior games, I would imagine he would try to make personal hell for all players. It wouldn't have been an MMO. It would have been something like Death Stranding where there's light online elements, but not really the point. Mother still likes Adachi even after the true ending. At that point, that's a personal failing. Oh god. Ow. Zod definitely isn't a good person, but could he possibly be based? Well, what makes Zod interesting and what makes him work above so many of the well, their morality is just different from us, is the fact that you directly see that he has his own code. He has his own code, and he does stick by it. He does not attack innocent people. He does not attack people who are not involved in demons. The only time he has ever done it was Flora. Flora, when he was working with Griffith, and Griffith told him to attack her. You know, it's like, it's not a thing where they want you to feel sympathetic for Zod, meanwhile he's murdering people left and right. They are able to make it work to where it's like, hey, yeah, he killed an entire army, but it was an entire army. It was soldiers who agreed to mutual battle. A lot of them attack him first. So it's a thing of like, yeah, he's a demon, he's evil, but there is a code there that makes sense and why he's very respectable. Sir Alex for 5 Pigmies. Stranded Island, think about man, just her and you and an entire island for yourselves. Do it whenever, wherever you want without any public eyes. That's what I mean by, like, it's not even that weird, it's just specific. It's like, you know what? Yeah, I can see that being a thing. I can see that being its own genre of people who fantasize about being on an island with a chick. It's like, you know what? Yeah, that's respectable. That makes sense. Zod was sent there to deal with Skull Knight, not Flora. Yeah, but he was assisting the demons in killing Flora. Chad, stop being fucking weird. I'm getting the AR. That's on Berserk Muso. It's okay. I mean, it's Dynasty Warriors. I would hope there would be a little bit more production value put into it, but whatever. It is what it is. Ow. Thoughts on women who think they can fix Virgil? I mean, Virgil's another one where, like, he's not explicitly evil. I mean, DMC5 is a different story, but DMC5 is, like, you know, that's different. Holy shit, so he is Angie. Yo, Gary, I'm fucking begging you. Do you watch Bakura? On occasion. I'm one of those where I have to wait until subtitle versions of the streams come out, though, because I don't fucking understand Japanese. You own an AR? I do not. I own a fall, and it's a really, really nice fall. Is Dynasty Warriors games bad or just oversaturated? They're not bad, it's just the fact that when you play a Dynasty Warriors game, you have played every Dynasty Warriors game in the series. And they are very repetitive. And if you buy an anime license game, you are more than likely buying a Dynasty Warriors clone. That One Piece game being a fucking, like, turn-based RPG, and it was just a Dragon Quest ripoff, that was a genuine shock to a lot of people who are like, wait, what? Because they're so used to every fucking license game being a fucking Dynasty Warriors clone. But there's some people who fucking love Dynasty Warriors, like, famously, Kyu Hayashida, the lady who wrote Dorohedoro, there's a story where she played, I think, Dynasty Warriors 4 so much that it broke her PS2. Ugh. I can understand chicks wanting Nero more, to be honest. Virgil did some bad things, okay? It's because he did bad things that chicks like him. Nothing will make you understand women more than reading material women put out. Ow. One Piece is literally just a JRPG. Prove me wrong. Yeah? Is Kyu Hayashida breedable? That was a pick I saw of her. She looked alright. I never played a game to that point. Yeah, some people love them. How would overplaying Dynasty Warriors 4 break someone's PS2? I don't know, but that's the story.
I remember you, Al Amigo, the champion of the South.
Can't make another Pirate Warriors, so a Dragon Quest ripoff isn't too bad. Yeah, at least it's different. Koei Tecmo got their hands on a license, just expecting to put out a new coat of paint on the Warriors engine. Yeah.
Crimson embers darkening skies. Look ye where the sun doth fall. See azure.
Breaking a PS2 is not a half bad flex, not gonna lie. Dynasty Warriors 3 was amazing. Yeah. It's raining where I am. To you, it might not be strange, but I live in Australia. It's summer. Fuck me. It's summer? It's December.
Oh, how right I was to spare your life.
Hmm.
Hear me, hero. Endure. Survive. Live. For the rush of blood. For the time between the seconds. Live. The sole pleasure left to me in this empty, ephemeral world. Live.
Equator, lolly, equator. Good. Yeah, good point. Does it ever get cold in Australia, or is it, like, permanently hot? Been to Melbourne. Damn, that city's weather is schizophrenic compared to Sydney's.
You are not worthy.
Burned out my 360's graphics card playing Black Flag. Had to send it to get repaired. Want to fight someone to the death looking like a badass. Yeah. He's getting mad because someone threw a stick at him.
Imperial dog!
Oh, see, okay, you know what? Good on the kid. He did not fuck us over. He went to get help.
You must flee.
We're not going anywhere, do you hear me? We're not running away!
If he fucked Jeanette from Vampire the Masquerade, is it considered a threesome?
Reckless, and I never wanted any part of it, but here we are!
It snows in the mountains? Alright, yeah, fair enough.
I've spent my whole life hating myself. For every time they made me beg, for every time
He didn't betray his good kid, yeah.
to protect the people I love. And then you came along and reminded me of all the things I never said and never did, and it was even worse. I would have given anything to forget, to walk away.
You know what? This kid earned this.
Guilt. So we came, all of us, for you, for ourselves, for Donna!
This kid gets a good moment. This is a good moment. Thoughts on Kojima new project with Jordan Peele, and are we still getting Death Stranding 2? Yeah, I think it'll be interesting. It's like Kojima at the very least puts out interesting stuff.
Determined to die, intruding upon this sacred ground, turning weapons you can scarcely wield upon me. Your lives will not even begin to address the balance.
Not gonna lie, I'm liking Xenos.
How wrong you are!
Like biscuits? Yeah, biscuits are always good.
Go now! Guzetsu, see to Yugiri.
Kojima's a David Cage of Japan? Oh, no, he's not.
I can't see a damn thing. Someone stop them!
Jordan Peele, enough said. Jordan Peele makes interesting stuff, and I think him teaming up with Kojima will at the very least be like, okay, it's gonna be creative. Xenos gets better in Endwalker's cool Kefka speech. I do like him in this. Because I liked Gaius because he was like so over the top. Man, I'm going to kill your gods and then enslave them because fuck you. Xenos is more like, yeah, I'm going to whoop your ass. Like, he doesn't even need the gods. He's just like, I will just kick your ass. And I like that. He's so matter-of-fact about just how evil he is. It's great. God, that flower lady is hot. Yatsuyu? She's a bitch. Kojima's the Fable guy in Japan. No, I stated. No, he's not. Pierre Molyneux had creative ideas, but he would just flat out lie about what's half in the game. Kojima, when he tells you what's going to be in the game, a lot of it is there. I'm not going to jump on the new age Zoomer contrarian of Kojima always sucked, because no, he didn't. You do fix her, though. 95% sure that even if we fix her, she's going to die in a tragic sacrifice. As is the Final Fantasy way. I know she's a bitch, that's why she's hot. Fair enough. Kojima need people to reel him in. Even then, like, a lot of the stories are just people, after the fact, assigning credit to assholes who have since tried to say that they're the reason why X game is really good, or, no, I did everything, and then you look into it, it's like, no, it's not. There we go. Devious Minds for $2. Your Berserk analysis updated. Thank you for the ASMR. No, I have a playlist. I have a playlist of all the videos. I'm waiting until there's a significant enough chunk of progress to be made to add on to the 21-hour one. Because processing the 21-hour video is hell on my PC. So I'm not going to arbitrarily add each one to it. It's like, no, that's something yeah. Does Kojima have a bad game? One where he directly had it and made it bad? Nothing that really falls into the standard of what people would honestly say is bad. It's just stuff people did not like. Like, people have strong feelings about MGS4, but a lot of it's just because of the cutscenes and the story. The gameplay itself is good. Later, Kojima's a bit indulgent, though in some cases there's a blame game for what went wrong, like MGS5. Yeah, like, I fully blame MGS5 on Konami because Konami had a storied history of fucking over developers at that point. Like, Castlevania guy was fucked over by Konami. You know, he was one where, like, okay, you want to tell me with a straight face Kojima's the reason he couldn't get these games right when he's directly saying Konami's the reason for it? No. Is Eastern Exiles the last arc or second to last arc? We don't know. I assume it's going to be second to last. Like, it's going to be second to last, and it's probably going to end with the first successful battle fighting off Griffith. Because people have noted that the city they're going in, you know, at the end of the new chapter, but it's been out for a while, kind of looks like a city that was involved with a battle during the Crusades. So it might play out like the Second Crusades. To which case, like, okay, that'll be interesting, kind of that back and forth. Police Knots was goated. Yeah, Snatcher, yeah. BT was bad, so many points defended because it was exclusive. BT was a demo. I mean, it was literally a tech demo. I think Igarashi left Konami because before Kojima did. But I could be confused with my memories. No, he did, because they killed Castlevania. Kojima was like one of the last ones to leave. Watch new Candyman telling Peel isn't one note. Peel also did more than just Candyman. He did Nope, he did Get Out, he did Us. He does have other stuff. And it was bad. The demo, that was a tech demo, showing different concepts of what they could do for scares. Yeah, I wonder why it didn't feel like a complete experience. Yeah, Constantinople. Was it directly Constantinople? Why did Konami become so spiteful? Because they were trying to move away from video games. Not even kidding. They wanted to get in bed with pachinko and other stuff. I think they were directly trying to get in bed with like crypto and shit like that. And they just ran every franchise they had into the dirt. Peel's movies are kind of hit and miss. All about more racism. He's one note. There's more to him than racism. The only people that say they're only about racism are left-leaning video essayists that say every fucking movie's about racism. There is more to them than that. That's on Nope. I thought it's confusing but cool. I thought it was cool. You know, kind of like an anti-Jaws where it takes place in the desert and it's about like a space alien instead of a shark. It's like, that's pretty cool. Never knew the name Castlevania's creator because Konami put a bunch of parody names of Hammer horror actors and directors in the credits of the original NES game. Yeah, that was the original. Ever post that, they credited everyone properly. Isn't Konami in bed with the Japanese mob? Yeah, the Yakuza, there were some hints towards it. They also stalked employees. If Konami was a U.S. company, they would have been sued by shareholders. Yeah. had the Hagia Sophia, which is the famous church of Constantinople. Oh, there you go. So I guess it's going to build up to like a battle of, you know, based off sort of Constantinople. Obviously different, but, you know, kind of a battle in that style. Which fits, you know. It fits with kind of the biblical vibe that they've been going for. I feel Koski's going to get up to some shenanigans while in the castle. She's going to somehow break free and fuck shit up. I definitely think if they establish that Griffith is leading his army away from the castle, that means that Casca will be by herself, probably guarded by demons. But if she's able to regain her memory, and especially if Shrike's there to help her, that could be very interesting. Do you think they'll sell Metal Gear? They will never sell Metal Gear because it makes way too much money.
That being the case, a popular uprising spearheaded by the full might of the Doman Liberation Front may feasibly be sufficient to threaten the seat of provincial government, namely Doma Castle. 'Twould be rather easier said than done, of course, but I have seen worse plans prevail.
A lot of video game companies have ties to Yakuza. They have a lot of pseudo-legal operations like running pachinko parlors. Yeah. Konami's like Adult Swim actively fucked over their best franchises for dumbass reasons and shot themselves in the foot. Yeah. That's how a lot of it is. Lots think that, man. It tends to be a V contrarian. At this stage, just kind of takes their word at face value and pukes out a lot of their points without really thinking about them. Once again, look into Tamers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I recommended the Battle with the Boys and the Yu-Gi-Oh! One. Tamers is a genius. See, you say that, then people actually found the channel you're talking about, and it seems to be like fetish Sonic stuff. So, not today, Satan. MGS3 remake at least looks okay. Yeah, I want to see more stuff about it, though. Like Berserker will end with one of Griffith's generals and apostles killed and Griffith fleeing. That would be interesting. Where he's faced with his first defeat in a very long time. There we go. I'm expecting to be based on Dantiok for the inspiration where the party ends up. I think basing it off actual historical events is a bad idea, but it's the fact of like, okay, Constantinople, they're shooting for kind of a Crusades vibe. Honestly surprised Razorfist hasn't jumped on the Kojima hate train, especially since he has a hatred of Kojima. No, he's been open about it for a while. You're playing that part, not gonna lie, I got filtered by Stormblood, just can't finish it. It hasn't been too bad. I think it helps that I've been playing it on stream to where I can kind of like multitask. But no, so far, I don't think this one's bad. It's not like top 10 expansion ever. I much prefer Heaven's Ward. But that's just because Heaven's Ward gave you like really awesome moves. Like fucking Astinian. Astinian is just like a fucking goat. He is great. I love him. This one's a fun enough like fight the Empire story. It helps I really like the Empire. The Empire is like a really cool faction to fight. And their villains are so great. So that's kind of what's been propping it up. It's like Yatsuyu is just such an open dick and knows what she is. It's great. And Xenos, like the little bit I saw, it's like, okay, so he is not fucking around. He wants to fight. Synthetic tries so hard to impress V. Also, his arguments make him sound like a spurg. As stated, there is an art to it. There is an art to talking about this shit to where you don't sound like just a crazy person. You know? I'm definitely curious to see how you'll react to Xenos by the conclusion of Endwalker. He's currently the most divisive character in the game at the moment. I am also curious, because as stated, I like my Empire villains. Like, I like my Empire villains. Heaven's Ward was cool because I liked the War with the Dragons and the Empire because that did flesh it out to where you saw, holy fuck, both sides are just insane. And it was really a lot of fun. Everything of Razorfist in general, I'll say I have mixed feelings about him. A lot of his political stuff is really on the point, and like, yeah, he has takes with media I don't agree with, but I don't have to hate the guy for that. Blake Gripes hates Xenos Lace in this expansion. I did hear this is the one where people have a lot of mixed feelings on Stormblood. It's like Heaven's Ward's great, Stormblood's okay, and then the one after this, which is Shadowbringer, right, is like incredible.
Prepare the airship.
Sincerely missing out on Tamers. I'm not joking when I say he's like Chris Chan if the troll video was real. I'm not gonna watch like some dude making weird fan animation shit, dude. Like, yeah, he's spurgy, but I'm just gonna watch stuff I genuinely like. It's the second half that feels for me of Stormblood. I feeling that Kotsky's gonna reveal to the King Griffiths is a demon or god hand. We don't know. Every time we think we know where the story's going, it just doesn't go that way.
Do you understand why I appointed you to act in my stead? You, whose only accomplishment was to whisper the right words in the right ear.
See, I like this. Like, just such a brutal, matter-of-fact guy.
Of your petty hatreds. They render you the perfect instrument to bleed your kinsman of hope. To make an example of Doma. Such as was ordered.
Pretty sure the king wouldn't believe her. The king's dead.
Listen well.
Griffith is on his way to be the king.
If you yield Doma to the rebels, you will not be given another chance to beg forgiveness.
Do we get to correct the girl might resub for it?
Do your duty now, or die with the rest of them.
See, I like this kind of villain. He's just so blunt and to the point. He gets pissed off at this chick once. He just grabs her hair, lifts her up, and says, "You've only gotten this far because you knew who to schmooze up to. Do your fucking job." Like, that's great. I love that. I have a soft spot for hammy villains. I don't even really think he's that hammy. Like, that's not really hammy. That's just, like, blunt. I mean, he talks all, like, Shakespearean, but, like, every character does.
I want the heads of everyone she knows and loves mounted on the castle walls.
See, I'd argue Yatsuyu is more hammy.
You mean I can finally go after her?
I agree with some of his takes, and I think when he did his angry review days, he was was a bit off-putting, but when it came something he can do a good job. Yeah.
I've been waiting for this chance. I promise you, my lady, she won't escape this time. Not this time. Oh.
Do you think Farney's father would make a return as a wild card? That would be interesting. Once again, kind of take Griffith down through... It'd be stupid to make it solely about human politics, but definitely show it being an element where there are factions of people who don't trust him and are working against him. Do you like Xenos' long hair and mascara? I mean, his design itself is fine. I just mainly like the way he acts. I like this kind of villain. You know, I like villains that don't fuck around.
This is the place. When his shade was banished, you swore to leave this life behind. And yet here you are. Yet, if this be the work of the eye, what choice do you have but to end it?
How can you hate this? How can you hate this expansion? My nigga. My homie. My boy. That was actually cool. That was actually pretty fucking cool. It's like, okay, you know what? I'm hyped. That actually unironically got me hyped. Holy fuck. That's actually pretty dope. And he's not taken over by the dragon anymore. Like, that's actually kind of the interesting part. He's not taken over, so, like, that's pretty cool. Okay. So you guys don't understand why that guy is really, really cool. Some of you guys who've actually played 14 already know. But it's like, alright, that's pretty good. Because there's multiple reasons why that reveal is kind of a big deal. I didn't realize that was on the horizon. But don't worry, we're like pretty damn close to Heaven's Board in our main campaign. And then when we get to it, it'll be great. France should have some better, decent comics, so it's not better than manga. Yeah, no. And hell, France takes a shitload of influence from manga and anime anyway. But yeah, that was actually pretty cool. I'm not even gonna lie, that was pretty fucking cool. That was pretty fucking cool. Yeah. Alright. Let me call the whale. Do. And now back to Mongolia. Alright. And yeah, here. Did you play GTA 4's multiplayer back in the day? Yeah, a bit. A bit. Final Fantasy 14 is definitely the MMO with a lot of hype character moments if you stick with it. There's a reason why people say to absolutely not skip the story. Oh, yeah, no. It's a story-focused game, so you don't want to skip the story. I say, that's kind of the funny irony with it, where the best parts of it are where you're not playing with other people and just go through the cutscenes. It's fucking great. Okay, so right up there. So Activision Blizzard nerfed Tracer's Blood or something. I could be wrong on that. No, I saw that, yeah. And everyone's going like, man, you are... Overwatch will forever be the game that took over the world and just through sheer pig-headed retardation lost every single thing it was doing. Like, it nerfed everything to hell. The new characters they kept putting out weren't that interesting. They ruined the balance of the game to where you would get kicked if you weren't picking specific characters at specific times, even within seconds of when that character needed to be used. Like, Overwatch is just something to where they squandered the hell out of that. And then all the shit with just Activision Blizzard in general, where it came out what they were doing, what they were getting involved with, how they treated their employees, pushing a chick to suicide through sexual harassment, like, a lot of fucked up shit. Like, it's a thing to where as soon as I saw people playing Overwatch 2 after they made videos talking about how evil Activision Blizzard is, that was kind of not quite one of the big moments that made me go, oh my god, it's all fraudulent, but it was just something that squeezed that part in the back of my head that made me go, alright, so none of you give a fuck. Underneath all the moral outrage, underneath all the talking points, underneath all this, and as much as you scream that you care, you don't. Because the minute it became profitable to talk about Overwatch 2, you did it. So fuck you. And the excuse was, boy, were you expecting people not to play it? And yeah, not gonna lie, I was. At least the SFM models are still here. Yeah. Overwatch is kept alive by porn artists. Barely. Overwatch is one of the biggest fumbles in recent history. It really is. They got replaced by fucking Battle Royale. And Battle Royale is still going strong right now. Like, Fortnite is still probably, like, one of the biggest games out there. Best Honey Pop girl? I never really played Honey Pop.
Vast and endless. The Azine Steppe, home to countless roaming tribes.
Razor says the Shadow's better than Batman because he uses guns and better philosophical. Do you agree? I mean, no, but I don't really care. Basically amounts to, do you like Batman or do you like the Punisher? It's like, do you like someone who kills or do you like someone who doesn't kill? I mean, it's like, because they have their own rules and they have their own ways of doing things. Randy Pitchford got the last laugh. Not really. He still dove. He still dove Gearbox head first in the garbage too. This is a zone that killed me. This right here, and I'm among myself, so it should have been an easy W. I mean, it's just more fields. Yeah. We shall see. We shall see. Wish Berserk would just end. It's been 30 years. I mean, they got to work on it. Like, it's not that easy to make manga. Why are you angrily attacking people I don't like attack dogs? Ooh, Aether Current. Randy's maliciously keeping many IPs dead. Yeah, like, explicitly. The way he handled Duke Nukem is just literally amounted to malice. That's why I'm convinced, the reason the Duke Nukem Forever leaks happened is because developers were tired of hearing his excuses. Where it's like, hey, when are we going to do something with fucking, when are we going to do something with Duke Nukem? When are we going to do something with Duke Nukem? And he just refused to do anything. Tofu for $25. Merry Christmas, Joseph Conrad. Indeed. Mark 99 for $1. I'm curious, would you fuck a female demon Zod? No. That'd be terrifying. Because female demon is just the monster version. Which I assume is just going to be, you know, the exact same as the male version. So just big scary monsters. So no. YouTube's real pissy tonight. It really is. Can really pick between Batman and Punisher because I think both perspectives are pretty valid. Yeah. The problem with Batman is not even that his philosophy doesn't work. It's that because he is put into because he is a weekly comic serial that is never allowed to end, and because they keep using the same well of villains over and over and over again, it amounts to, well, why doesn't he just kill them? Well, you can't kill them. And they have to find new reasons for why they can't kill them. Like, they bullshit the Batman no-kill rule just so they can keep bringing back the Joker and all that. And the thing is, because they keep getting over the top with how Joker does shit and how many people he kills, it just gets absurd. It's stupid. But it's not even anything that's really directly Batman's fault, you know? In a self-contained story where Batman is just allowed to be Batman, his system does work. He is able to throw people in prison and is able to win in the end. The problem is, it's expected to go back to the status quo, so they had to be out of Arkham and escape and just kill more people in the process. And even if he kills them, there's ways to bring them back. There's people who take the mantle of the character. There's people who just outright resurrect them. They have the Lazarus Pit. I also hope someone of the Boomer Shooter devs buy the Duke Nukem franchise because New Blood or Apogee would have done something with it. Yeah. We were supposed to get a fucking refinement of the Duke Nukem Forever build, but then a bunch of fucking trainees barged into it and wanted to ruin it, and now no one fucking knows what happened to it. More than likely because it went full Fallout the Frontier. As in, whole bunch of big promises, whole bunch of big ideas, and they're not fucking working on the fucking game. Police, I mean, even civilians would kill Joker. Yeah, as stated, they have to bring everything back to a form of status quo, so Joker can never stay dead. Wait, really? Yeah. The Duke Nukem Forever leaks happened, and because it was an entire working build of Duke Nukem Forever, the 1998 version, And they said that version was basically like 90% complete. Well within the realm of if they just sat down and ironed everything out, because they had access to the source code, they had access to everything. It was a full leak of the game. They could have finished the game. They could have. But not long into the announcement of the project, there were leaks from their Discord where people were getting into fights with each other, and they were doing shit like, oh, we're going to get rid of every black EDF soldier so Duke's not shooting black people, and we're going to make Duke say trans right. They were going to hire the Gianni guy to do voice lines. Like, it was something that was, like, very explicitly sabotage. Okay. Oh, shit. There we go. Well, in chat mode, say mole. Really like the Punisher and Batman crossover. Joker gets scared when he realizes he's gonna get killed and screams Batman for help. Yeah. So we gotta do some typing. There we go. Suppose the Western comic writers just actively hate the properties they write and don't understand the concepts of heroism, unlike Tamers. I'm not watching the fucking Sonic thing, dude. Like, people pulled from it and it was just Sonic fetish shit, so no, I'm not watching it. Wish Randy Pitchford would just dial race to Duke Nukem would finally heal. Not so much that. I wanted to go to prison. I wanted to be proven that he was a scumfuck that stole money and was like a horrible person. Batman would stop the Joker instead of roast him like Batman Beyond. What train sabotaged Duke? As stated, it was people getting involved with the Duke Nukem Forever restoration project, because they were going to go in and fix Duke Nukem Forever from the build that came out. What about CP on his computer? So, a very famous story from Randy Pitchford is he had a thumb drive full of, like, sensitive materials, both in the sense of crucial materials for Gearbox as a company, and, no joke, fucking, like, jailbait squirt porn. I'm not even kidding. It was on the same fucking thumb drive, and he left it at medieval times. Randy did have CP. It wasn't directly CP, but it was jailbait. Which, once again, kind of proved to people of like, okay, so guy who virtue signals is, in fact, one of the worst individuals to virtue signal. Same thing with Marvel Spider-Man can never be happy, also has to be miserable. Yeah, because it's status quo. Like, they have to keep it to a status quo and keep things happening because they understand that changing things up in comics usually results in fans getting pissy. Because comics don't work like manga where it's one idea and they run with it until it ends. It is continuing runs of characters and they all have to fit into some form of continuity. Didn't he say it was like a magic trick justified or something? I don't remember. Maybe. Sorry, but what is jailbait? 18, 19-year-olds. So legal, but you're squeaking the legality. And what I mean by squeaking the legalities, I mean the emphasis is on the fact that it's like 18, 19-year-olds who are like just at their legal age. Like, you know the Reddit pages where they have like they have like entire dedicated subreddits to like certain female celebrities to when they finally hit 18, stuff like that. Spider-Man got divorced because editor-in-chief got divorced and they made Spider-Man date his IRL daughter. Yeah, it's like fucking stupid. Can't tell me Randy didn't have a hand in killing the full refined build. I know he's that fucking petty. Something about Randy. He has resented Duke Nukem for a while. He has resented Duke Nukem for fucking years. Like, all around, he's like a scummy businessman, because famously, the money he got from Sega that was supposed to go to Aliens Colonial Marines went to Borderlands 2, something that actually got the company fucking sued, on top of the false advertising. But in general, like, he has so many moments where he takes petty swipes at Duke Nukem. Like, Duke Nukem Forever was so very clearly rushed. It, like, The game was in development for 8 years, but none of the builds that were like ever developed were actually the ones he used. They rushed to build out in like what, 8 months? It was something like that, which is why it's so hilariously like clunky and all that. Also, why it's not that funny because they never refined the jokes. John St. John even had stories talking about how like nothing really made sense to him, things like that. And afterwards, Randy would always have these little petty swipes like, man, I know a joke. I own the fucking Duke Nukem franchise. And it's like, wait, what? Famously, the only thing he's done with Duke since is put him into Bulletstorm as a cameo character and didn't even rewrite the game to include the fact Duke is there. Just had John St. John give quips every now and then, and characters still call him by the main character in fucking Bulletstorm's name. One of the laziest things they could have done. Gearbox only got big from doing expansion packs on Half-Life and Duke Nukem. It's where it originates from. Yeah, fucking Randy worked with 3D Realms. You ever play Aliens Fireteam Elite? Never heard of it until I saw it at Walmart. It's okay. It's one of those where I imagine having a group of friends helps, but when I played it, it's like, this is not what I want. I want AVP 2011 aliens. I know people talk shit about AVP 2011. The aliens in that game fucking ruled. The way they moved, how they could team up on you, it was great.
How goes the search?
Like, the AI in that game was fucking great. Then you fought robots, and that sucked, but before that, fighting the aliens was awesome. Jailbait under 18 by definition, barely legal 18 plus. I thought jailbait was like 18, but like fresh 18. AVP 2011 was Kino. I liked it. Fuck the haters. I liked it. Randy worked on the original Duke 3D. Main Duke dev made fun of him or something, and Randy held that grudge. Oh, wow. I'm convinced John C. John improvised his lines of Bulletstorm. With the amount of effort put into it, wouldn't even shock me. Did you hear Toho is releasing a black and white version of Godzilla -1? Yeah, and it's not like a thing where they're just going to pump it in. They're not going to like just throw a filter on it. They're going in scene by scene and adding mattes to change the color. It's going to be interesting. So even the Mongolian dragon people are racist. Barely legal is what you're thinking of. So jailbait is literally just below 18. So yeah, at that point, homie. Brothers in Arms was Kino. It was. I kind of miss that where it's not quite RTS, but not quite first-person shooter. Yeah, jailbait's a literal CP. So yeah, how the fuck did Randy not go to prison? Yeah, Randy had CP, pulled a Rurouni Kenshin. Huh. Around age of consent, but still unnerving. 18 and portraying as under 18. Okay. So Chick is over 18, but it's like a roleplay thing, and she's pretending to be younger. That's not as bad. That's still not great, but that's still not... Like, the demand I heard, no, it was literal CP. It's like, okay, then why the fuck is Randy not in prison?
And all these different tribes share the same lands, do they? No wonder it's...
Didn't Randy kill Brothers in Arms as well? Yeah, you haven't seen it since, like, fucking, what, Hell's Highway? They've been talking about bringing it back, but at this point, who fucking wants it anymore? Remember when Randy tried to promote the heck out of Battleborn when it was a mid-MOBA shooter? Yeah, because he kept trying to sell it as an Overwatch game. Money, easy peasy. No, he's a game dev. Like, he is a Western game dev at a company that people half half recognized. He cannot buy his way out of that. There were fucking Sony executives that got caught in, like, CP rings. You work in video games. You're not important enough to bribe your way out of a child porn scandal.
All Zayla are equal and free to prepare for the fight. The tribe which triumphs in the Narden rules until...
Really depends when it comes to jailbait. The girls in it are usually over 18. It's roleplay, creepy roleplay, but at least that's how I understood it. Yeah, that's what I hope.
Ah, so that is what they call the custom. I presume your tribe will also be taking part?
I played Army 2, not in a long-ass time, but yeah. Couldn't make Brothers in Arms today because I'm convinced the first thing that was scrapped at the core feature, the squad command. Yeah, the entire reason you would play Brothers in Arms.
From all our lambs among wolves, long were we content to remain apart and live quietly, but... Never mind that. You see Kian, yes? I know where he may be.
Doesn't matter if it's role-playing, it's still fucking creepy. So long as everyone involved is over 18, do whatever you want. But yeah, it is a thing of like, dude, don't skirt the line. Isn't Shulk's VA in this? Probably. Thought some Brothers in Arms spent in Vietnam. Could be cool. Oh, damn it. I need girl advice, Mr. TheAlmightyLoli, please. Homie, I can't help you. You're here asking for advice. You're already rock bottom. Just accept it. I've learned that the mainstream gamer wants slop. I had a coworker convinced Call of Duty was a tactical shooter compared to Ghost Recon Brothers in Arms. Yeah, no, that's Zoomer shit. That is just Zoomer brain of like, that's not what tactical means. Tactical means exactly that, tactical. You have to worry about placement. You have to worry about enemies. You can die really fast. You have to rely on your team. Call of Duty's not that. It is an action shooter. But his name is Joel, too. Don't you want to help out fellow Joel? No. See, the music in here is pretty good, too. Though I think it's still the same music, so... The Spot 4 tactical shooter? Yeah, it's explicitly one. Spot 4, Rainbow Six, Ready or Not. Looking back at Borderlands, the writing, mostly 2 to 3, is definitely not that good and is really dated. Yeah. Anthony Birch, directly responsible for... Not directly responsible, but was part of the reason why memes became so ingrained in fucking writing in the West. And that's why he held a massive resentment against the dude who voiced Handsome Jack. Because Handsome Jack just... The dude who played him improvised all of his lines, and he didn't give a fuck. So those moments where he's actually allowed to be serious and show some sincerity were all ad-libbed. Borderlands 2's writing has aged like sour milk horribly. Insurgency Sandstorm's a tactical shooter? Sorta, kinda. Your life may suck, but you're not Anthony Birch. Ghost Recon 2, right? Yeah, Ghost Recon.
So, my blade or my head? Which would you have of me?
The people of Yansha remain loyal to Doma. I have seen the fire in their eyes. They are ready to rise up and fight.
That's on Telltale's Borderlands games. I only played like the first episode. Around that time was when I was really getting burned out on Telltale stuff.
Blade in hand and lead Doma to freedom.
Naught less than liberty will suffice, then. A pity. It will prove far more difficult to deliver than my head. But if my people wish to pursue an impossible dream, then who am I to deny them?
Handsome Jack is the corpo of all cyberpunk villains. Republic Commando bros sound off for our only Star Wars tactical shooter. Yeah, Republic Commando too.
The scions of the Seventh Dawn, my lord. Good good and true friends who opened their hearts and homes to
Wait,
us
so Handsome Jack's best moments were fucking ad-libbed? Yeah, and Anthony Birch held a grudge against the guy for a while.
across the sea they have journeyed to stand with us in the fight for Doman liberation, to oppose the Empire as they have in the West, where they are lauded as heroes for their many deeds.
What's this game? Final Fantasy 14?
Say no more, Yogiri. Say no more. I observed how you helped Cyrena, to whom I am deeply indebted.
Borderlands 3 story was a middle finger to Borderlands 2's. Yeah.
You have my deepest gratitude.
Yeah, it's in the title. Yeah, it is quite literally in the title. And if you see it starting to stutter, that's because I clicked off to check the Streamlabs.
There's no doubting your strength nor your character. It would be my honor to fight by your side.
Of that Cell and Jack being the same VA. Yeah, shows his range.
So, what of Doma?
Handsome Jack's backstory is sad. Yeah.
And tell me of our home.
Borderlands 3 had the worst writing. That's the one where, like, Irishman actively resented Borderlands 3. Like, he hated it. He hated it so much he would sit us down to watch, like, essays about why it sucked so much.
I bid you return to Yanxia and take charge of our forces in preparation for my homecoming.
Because he put a lot of hours in Borderlands 2.
I would ask that you remain here with me. I sense you will be a great help in the coming days.
Your will is my command, my lord, but how much longer do you intend to stay?
Oh, only until I have won the contest? I mean to return at the head of the Zayla army.
Borderlands 3 has, like someone said before, it was a huge middle finger to the whole franchise. Yeah.
You mean to participate in the Narden?
Was the essay 3 hours long? I don't know if it was that, but, like, it was multiple videos talking about how much he hated 3.
Consider how sad
Not how much he hated it, but, like, in general, people hated 3.
may have since grown weaker, but we are weaker.
Irishman writes an entire college thesis on why Borderlands 3 sucks.
It would be folly to challenge them without first supplementing our forces.
Heard everyone hated the new Siren. There were multiple Sirens. The two main bad guys were Sirens. There was the little shit kid who was a Siren. It was fucking terrible.
Furthermore, by championing them all in the contest, I can at last repay
Hearing how Republic Commando 2 was killed with a bunch of other games for Star Wars hurts, and especially hearing some of the story ideas. Yeah.
who suffers such debts to go unpaid is without honor and unfit to lead.
Just so, just so. Our Lord has spoken, Yugiri. But take heart. I shall keep him safe. And should it come to it,
They also killed Maya. Yeah. They killed Maya, who was a fan favorite. They killed multiple people who were, like, fan favorites.
But if these are my orders, very well.
Funny how only a few shit writers getting big, such as Anthony Birch and Joss Whedon, have actively ruined modern writing. Joss Whedon isn't even that bad of a writer. Joss Whedon at least understands that there's moments you need to add in order for a story to work, like character moments, moments where they bond, downtime. The problem is, yeah, he was a piece of shit, and everyone learning from him took the wrong lessons.
All the more reason to entreat your assistance.
Killed Maya, showed the main cast from the first game to the sidelines, made everyone gay. Yeah.
An impossible dream. To set in motion
Do you know about Undead Unluck? Yeah, it's been pretty fun so far. I've been liking it.
and shake off the yoke of the most powerful empire in the world.
Man, I wish Battlefront 3 and Star Wars First Assault was real. Yeah. Like the Athena in pre-sequel, and she never showed up in 3, although that's probably a blessing, not a curse. Yeah, it's a blessing. Because now she's not ruined. Do-do-do-do. Also, is Lilith dead? I don't think Lilith is dead. And how the new God of War game has MCU-like writing. Yeah. It's all the same people writing them. It's all people from Sony, the clique there, the Sweet Baby, companies like that. It's literally all the same people. I'm sure if you go into the fucking credits and you look at the writers, it's all like the same 50 or so different people that just move around to different companies. Wee. Firefly's mediocre, and Whedon has the issue of being one of those people who is better when he's hindered by producers. No, I thought Firefly was great. Once again, I'm not gonna... I am not gonna be a contrarian and go, no, X thing that I really liked when I was younger is now suddenly bad. It's like, no, I liked it. I thought it was good. Serenity had problems, but that's because Serenity was wrapping up a story that was intended to go much longer in a single movie. Borderlands 3 story is much worse if you watch the deleted cutscenes that would have made Maya's death and have impact, but it was cut. Yeah. Lilith does a heroic sacrifice thing, but I don't think she actually died. She'll come back since she's the Phoenix or something corny like that. Yeah, okay. Also, Borderlands 3 went out of his way to humiliate and mock Claptrap at every opportunity. Well, I mean, that's just Borderlands in general. Claptrap has always been the slapstick character. Someone please update me on why Joss Whedon's evil. I don't know much about his personal life. So, you know the stereotype of the sleazy Hollywood type that like takes a woman to the casting couch and goes, hey, if you want to roll in my movie, you gotta do some favors? Yeah, that. He literally did that. And on top of that, he touted himself as a male feminist and would like give speeches. So the entire time, he's like literally sexually exploiting women and like propping them up with sexual favors. He's pretending like he gives a shit about women's rights. Josh was a male feminist. Literally all you need to know. He was a male feminist. That's all you gotta know. Didn't Randy Pitchford physically assault Claptrap's VA? I don't know. I've heard stories about that. I know the VA claimed that. I don't know if it was true. And I'm gonna go with, dude, if you let Randy Pitchford assault you, you are a pussy. I don't mean to be a dick, but like, dude, you are a pussy. Poor Buffy girls, yeah. Did Josh attack poor Buffy the Vampire Slayer? I don't know if attack's the right word, but he did directly prop women up with sex.
You found each other.
Ours is the soil, Ian. The Domans and the Eorzeans too.
You know.
It's like being beat up by DSP, yeah.
The gods know you, child. As do the stars in the heavens, which shone bright at your coming.
Didn't Rooster Teeth make a commercial with Claptrap? I think so.
The mole hearkened to the whisper.
Behave Claptrap is a sad story. Dude would literally do the work for free. Still got fucked over somehow. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, you know, why are you letting them bully you into doing it for free? That's something where you go, no, fuck you, motherfucker. Especially after the first game came out and Claptrap became such a famous character. It's like, fuck you, you're gonna pay me.
Of you and yours, that I might liberate my homeland, I seek to rally the strength of the steppe.
I think one of the reasons he wrote a lot of badass female characters is he thought I would get them laid. Yeah, basically. Like, in retrospect, that is exactly why he did that. You know what I mean? Like, all fairness, badass women, that's great. You know, everyone loves Jill, everyone loves Claire, everyone loves, you know, Kusanagi. What's-her-face from Dino Crisis? I don't remember her name, but the redhead. Everyone loves those characters. They're awesome. It's the fact that, yeah, if you're doing it specifically so you can get laid, you are not on the right path, so to say.
I thank you for your concern, Cyrena, but it is precisely because of the seeming hopelessness of your cause that we must needs cast our lot with you.
Yeah, Regina, yeah. Yeah, Bayonetta, yeah.
Were we to join hands with a more favored tribe, our victory would inevitably be a tribute.
Thank you for introducing me to Berserk. I wouldn't have read it if it weren't for your crazy long video. Yeah, as long as you sat down to read it.
'Twas the gods' will that we fight. Mayhap this too is their design. Hear me then. As Hartoon of them all, I invite you all to join with us in the Nardum.
Kate Archer from No One Lives Forever is badass. Yeah, that's not a pretty good one.
Will you look after them?
Kind of like Ellen Van Houten, even if she's not in any way a girl boss or physically strong. Well, I mean, They don't have to be a girl boss to be interesting. Like that. One of the reasons I really like Farnese in Berserk is explicitly because she's so much of a fuck up. You know? There is an appeal in vulnerability and seeing someone learn they're vulnerable and work to change that.
A singular radiance, shimmering like a jewel of the dusk.
Borderlands film could work with Robert Rodriguez. Fortunately, Eli Roth is doing it. Yeah. Randy doesn't get it. He writes strong women to get with women. The true writers write strong women because they want to fuck their character. Yeah.
Even the secrets of the gods may be.
Yeah, Farnese says all the girl boss energy of a sad wet cat. Exactly.
Some are fated to rise in grace and glory. Others to falter and fade, though not from memory. Both will be your strength and salvation.
Have you read or watched Alice in Borderland? I know about it. Anime girl from this expansion you're on is a girl boss. Yeah, Yatsuyu.
Cherish the stars.
Have you watched Blark and Son? I did. It's fun. I like Blark and Son. It's pretty entertaining. It reminds me of that old school Adult Swim, just complete shitpost humor. I love it. It's a concept of there's no shame in being weak, poor, ignorant, but there is in doing nothing to change that. Exactly. You know, not just being a sad sack where like, oh, I can't do anything to fix this. Like, no, you are actively working to find your niche, even if you are a fuck up. He's in the walls. He's in the goddamn walls. Yeah, I love that. I love you, son. Been a while since I played this. Yeah. It is very, very game. Very, very good game. Very good game. If you could fuck a girl with elemental power, who would it be? I go with Water Girl. I'll take the risk. Fire. Fire or lightning. I'm gonna go fuck your mom. Yeah, I love that. That was a funny one. When's next year, Mashoda? I don't know, because I will need to get with him and be like, are you going to be free the day after Christmas or not? Because day after Christmas is when shit gets wild for some people, because now you got to prepare for New Year's. And Hollywood have cucked themselves so hard they can't write women to even have 10 seconds of weakness. Exactly. It's, you know, the reason people enjoy characters is because they like seeing them. They like seeing the roller coaster, you know, rising up, being competent, having a problem, dealing with a problem, things like that. Because the people currently writing shit in Hollywood are a bunch of man children who are raised quite literally off Tumblr fanfictions. This is an actual thing. Studios are poaching fanfiction writers to get them and get them to write shit. That's why all of it feels that way. It's an actual thing you can look up, I swear to God. There are studios that are hiring off of like Archive of Our Own and shit like that. So the problem is the fact that a lot of that fan fiction aforementioned is just meant to be wish fulfillment, where it is just meant to be like, you know, short-term satisfaction and just immediate solve the problem, immediate character so cool, immediate oh wow it's so great. When there's the fun in the back and forth, you know, there's the fun in seeing John Wick shoot a room full of guys up. Then get chucked out a window and he lands on a car. You know what I mean? It's like, it's awesome seeing him kick ass, and then when he's chucked out the window, because you're so invested in the fact that he kicks ass, you cringe when you see him get hurt. You're like, oh, fuck. And you know, because he's a badass, he'll be able to, you know, get up and keep fighting. You know? There's that fun in it. It doesn't matter if people already know the result. You still play the game. You still play that game to keep them invested and keep them engaged. You know, that's how you do it. Most writers in Hollywood despise material they're adapting, much like anime translators. Yeah, that's a lot of it, too. Thing is, I don't mind an overpowered female protagonist if it's done a fun way. Exactly. Like, the thing is, what overpowered, like, what people mean by overpowered is really up for debate, you know? Because on one hand, you have shit like, you know, people believe that if a character is competent in any way, shape, and form, they're overpowered. Where they don't want that. They want a character who's a fuck up, you know? It's like, no, he needs to be screwing up at every opportunity, you know, that kind of thing. There's people who believe that because a character is able to know what to do in a specific situation, that means that the writer is solving the issue for them and they're not actually figuring it out. There's a lot of aspects to it that, once again, you kind of think back on and realize that not everybody who's commenting on a story is always right. There are people who just flat out get things wrong. And not only get things wrong, but like you kind of need the alternate perspectives of people who like and hate stuff. Because there's people who might be able to explain why a scene worked for them that another guy just didn't get in a way that's really convincing. Nice of Autumn's reference, yeah. Like Jericho, yeah. The most satisfying is Guts killing a bunch of demons with Dragon Slayer. Exactly, you know. Guts is a ferocious warrior, but some people would argue he's overpowered because we never saw him go through a training arc. We never saw him earn the power. Even though you do, you just see it in small bits, small doses. You think fire lightning is dangerous? Strike darkness element. Oh no, I closed my eyes. So terrifying. P5 doesn't have an ending where Joker impregnates all the girls and rides off into the sunset with Kawakami. 0 out of 10 hack game. In my opinion of overpowered, just look at Reincarnate as a slime bro nuked an army that killed Big Bad with that fight. That's what I mean. Overpowered to me is when it gets in the way of even building up any sort of tension with the villain. You know? That to me is overpowered. Overpowered is when the fight's not even a fight, which can work sometimes. There are occasions in the story where a fight should not be a fight, and it should be a curb stomp. But you still have the fight. You know, you still have moments where they are willing to beat the shit out of each other. Alright, I want to get that Aether Current. Imagine calling Dante or Bayonetta overpowered. Exactly. That's one where video game characters especially are interesting because they're so reliant on specifically the player's actions that a fight can be any which way to you. In canon, stuff like Devil May Cry and Bayonetta, they go through everything and they're never touched once. Yeah. In canon, Dante and Bayonetta are never touched once. They go through everything without getting hit a single time. If it's not in a cutscene, it's not canon. Same thing with Hitman. Agent 47 in canon does every single mission ghost mode. No one knows he was there. He kills him with an accident. He gets out without ever being suspected. Dante gets his ass kicked in DMC3 in cutscenes. If it's not in a cutscene, it didn't happen. That's quite literally the rules at play. Characters being overpowered to give them some sort of psychological or emotional weakness to compensate? Yeah. Well, it's not just that, because that also leads to a lot of, like, can nuke the world, but is still an emo boy shit, which, oh. Okay, yeah, the stream wanted a hiccup there. It leads to a lot of, like, emo boy, but, like, is sad sometimes, therefore not overpowered. It's like, no, that's not really it. It's the fact of, you make your rules. Yeah, I gotta give it a sec. Alright. Yeah, we had to give it a bit. Yeah, remember when I kept saying my internet was acting weird last few days? Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Half tempted to run CCleaner or something like that to see if maybe there's something that wants to siphon my network a little bit. You know, siphon my network a little bit. But yeah, my internet was acting weird the last few days. That's why, in particular on Thursday, I'm like, dude, I cannot do Final Fantasy XIV. It will not survive it. So, here we go. What type of game is this? This is an MMO, so it's even more reliant on your internet. But okay. I'm giving it a little bit of time. Yeah, a little bit of time in order to make sure it's okay. And we'll get right back to it. And here, I don't want to... Okay. So here we go. Yeah, King Crimson was activated. Yeah, right? Backup late game, let's go. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean by like Thursday. There was a reason. Yeah, but now we gotta wait for this. There was a reason I didn't want to do it on Thursday because I would not have survived Thursday. It was already pretty bad. So what are the rules? Okay, yeah. Back to the point. Whenever you're doing shit with your universe, you make up the rules for your combat system. You make up your rules. You go with how exactly are people fighting? How exactly does this all work? And then you make everybody stick by those rules. You can have your main character be the exception because they are the main character. They are supposed to stand out and be exceptional. I hate the bullshit we have now where everyone has to be just some form of Randy. Like, there's no dedicated protagonist. You never know who's going to die. That kind of shit, fuck you. A dedicated protagonist is a lot more compelling 99% of the time. If you can make an ensemble work, you can make an ensemble work. But, to me, personally, a singular protagonist, kind of like what we have here, is a lot more compelling and interesting to watch because that's one person you have to get to know. OP really just depends on setting and context. It does, but as stated, there are formulas you can follow that will help. A lot of what fucks people over is specifically they're starting out and they immediately think they can break the formula. They're immediately like, "Nuh-uh, I can totally do this. I can totally make this work." And it's like, dude, you're playing with fire here. You're playing with fire. Ingrain the formula into your bones before you even fucking think about breaking it. Rule 2, give your main character an annoying little kid sidekick that looks like a monkey. Monsters seem to want to avoid tropes if they don't understand when the tropes are there. Exactly. It is just pathological fear of cliche in general without understanding that cliche by its very nature is not bad. Cliches can be annoying, but it's just people who don't like specific cliches. You need to learn the rules before you can break them. Exactly. Merry Christmas, Joseph. Making things grounded if the context calls for it makes it interesting. Trying to make a goofy space adventure grounded is just autistic. Yeah. There we go. It's like there's a method and structure. Yeah, exactly. You have the 8 sequences and you have the 3 acts. You can have the rules broken, but it has to be sufficiently cool enough to get people to overlook it, i.e. Blackbeard One Piece gets 2 fruit powers. Yeah, but as stated, what I'm talking about is not like experienced people who are doing this. A lot of the time when it fucks up, it's fresh writers that are from the get-go trying to break shit. And it's like, dude, you have you have to specifically be aware of what you're doing before you can try to break it. Because that leads to just cheap shit of like, oh, well, you thought the guy gets the girl at the end? Well, what if the girl dies? That kind of crap where, like, it works when there's a talented person behind it, but a lot of the time it's just some Randy going, well, you didn't see that coming, did you? If you ever resort to just using, well, you didn't see that coming, you're on a bad road where you're just in it for shock value. And rules and power systems. The rules is just an arbitrary term I threw out for the sake of just how does your thing work, No twist is worse. The girl's a lesbian, you chud. Main character is a main character for a reason. Exactly, There's too many times where people just want to subvert shit for the sake of it, Like, the whole reason with now making every fucking protagonist pathetic is because you're so used to every story making a protagonist cool. And they're trying to balance the scales in their own autistic way without understanding that making the protagonist cool is not a sin of the story. Arguing that it is just makes you look stupid. Ultimate annoying and faggotry are those insisting on their subversion, then go, well, why do you care? It's just fiction. We'll call it on the laziness. Yeah. Okay, that Blackbird example is an in-universe conspiracy. We don't know how he does that yet. Yeah, but you get his point. Even in middle school, they teach you how to structure a story. Any kid that tries to subvert that failed my class. Exactly. You think you're too clever for what, you're doing. One of the reasons I had Netflix Sweet Home was how much it diverts from the original webtoon and turns the MC into a side character. Everything in it completely subverts the story from the original. Yeah. Power system can be as strict and flexible as you want, so long as it complements and doesn't break your story. Yeah. Power systems are different from what I'm talking about. Power system is just an example of what I mean. Because power system is just the easiest thing to point to. Stands in JoJo, the Gum Gum Fruit in One Piece, shit like that. Bankai in Bleach. You know, that is just a literal system you can point to and has a dedicated rule system they explain to you. Power systems aren't really what I mean. All right, we're going to wrap this up and we're going to hit level 79. Can't still find people on Space Bells. Just hate on Garth Ennis while ignoring the clever stuff he did in The Boys. Yeah. That's why Gintama's best. Gintama does both. Gintama's another one where it does both. It knows enough about manga tropes and manga cliches to make fun of them while also sincerely using them more than once. And it works. Merry Christmas, yeah. I hate how common you see people trying to have the same impact as Ned's death in Game of Thrones. Yeah, that's what I mean, where there's a lot of really, really common flaws I see in a lot of people trying to become like writers and things like that. I'm not even saying this as somebody who does writing. It's just somebody who notices shit other people are doing. And a lot of it comes down to like very basic sins, which is they're trying to do too much too fast, trying to introduce too big of a world way too quickly before anyone even gives a shit, and they're trying to subvert every cliche under the sun. They specifically go in wanting to say fuck you to various different tropes and cliches. You have no idea how many times I've heard, well, in my writing, I avoid woke shit. And it's like, I mean, that's well and good, yeah, but that's basic. You know, that is basic. I'm not going to praise you for not having training wheels. Because woke shit is just laziness. It's just lazy pandering for the sake of economic money. You know, economic incentive. You know? But there's more to it than that. Again, reason why I love One Piece, Chainsaw Man, Berserk, Fist, North Star, Invincible, The Boys, and Sin City. Yeah. When Game of Thrones books start getting sour. As stated, when they address the existence of the White Walkers, everyone realized they were a threat and they were going to kill everybody, and then there was still bullshit politicking. That pissed me off. When they explicitly went, no, the world-ending threat that says it wants to kill all life and is raising an army is not as important as getting the throne, I was like, okay, fuck you. Fuck you, you're an idiot. And someone might go, well, that's the point. I don't give a shit if that's the point. Like, I don't give a shit if that's the point. Any thoughts on how to make magic system that doesn't overpower but still unique? It's not about it. It's not about what sounds cool. It's just about making it work for what you want to do. If you want to make it just Harry Potter shit where they spout some gibberish and then boom, something happens, you can do it. It can be compelling. And I think all modern writers have no joy in their childhoods, no trope they want to write about because their inner child thinks it's cool. Yeah, people have been raised to avoid sincerity. Sincerity is scary because someone might make fun of you, and it's like, who cares? Like, I rag on Shadversity's book, the Shadows of the Conqueror one, just because I personally think it's funny. It's super edgy to me, you know, this suicidal emperor who's like, you know, now back to being like a teenager, some shit like that. I think that's goofy. But the motherfucker still sat down and wrote a book. You know, at the end of the day, there's that. He actually wrote the fucking book. So as much as I go, I thought this part's funny, he actually sat down and did it. And that's something I'm never going to begrudge him or make fun of him for. Because, like, hey, even if he's a spurg about AI, he fucking wanted to do something and he did it. And he wrote it sincerely. So, fuck it, you know? Yeah, dedication to write the thing, that's something I agree, yeah. It's like how in some zombie shows people still fight each other when there's zombies around. Yeah, exactly. It's like, I get it, man is the real monster, but there does come a point of shut the fuck up, you're not helping. It's like, you want to be a nihilist, throw yourself at them. Oh, you don't want to? Then shut the fuck up and get useful. First 4 or 5 seasons of Game of Thrones are pretty good. Yeah, I liked everything up until, as stated, they established the White Walkers are coming. They built the army. They are on their way down. People were still squabbling, and I'm like, holy shit, this is not the time for this. It pissed me off. It just genuinely pissed me off. Like, Stannis was on his way to give the Wallen army to help them fight off the White Walkers. The Night Guard fucking screwed over Jon because of the war with the fucking wildlings. Everyone knew the White Walkers were a thing. They were a thing. They were back. They were coming. They are killing everything that gets in the way. And they still allowed petty bullshit to cause all this. So I'm like, fuck you. Fuck you. I'm done. I'm done. I get it. You didn't expect that. You didn't expect that. Fuck you. Is Shadpoke just 17 again with rape? There is more to it. Says that people are always completely rational. I don't care. That's my big thing. I don't care if it's like, well, people aren't always rational. It's like, no, but that is the moment where you act fucking rational. That is the moment where you separate the wheat from the chaff, you know? People who are going to be useless are going to be fucking useless. People who are going to be useful need to rise up and be useful. Otherwise, I'm spending 4 entire seasons watching people still not get shit done and still get killed off because these fucking zombies are coming. And it's like, okay, at this point, I'm not into this. I'm not into this. I'm getting pissed off here. It'd be like if in Witcher, whenever Geralt wants to, like, you know, rip a noble's ass for being an idiot and putting politics above people's lives, they still made it like a debate whether or not the politician was right. It's like, no, fuck that. I understand super politics, but at some point the dumbest motherfucker would postpone their plans to not die by zombies. Exactly. If zombies are working together, nigga, I don't care who you are. We are working together to kill the zombies. Exactly, that's what I mean. So I love the moment in Return of the King where Gandalf bonks Denethor and says, prepare for battle. That's what I mean. It's like, there is a point where you just knuckle down and shut the fuck up and fight. Oh, Tiki for $2. Jingle bell, jingle bell. I don't know the rest of the song. You're going to have a couple idiots, but you better balance them out by having them smart die early. Yeah. When the problem is not even the fact of like, oh, well, people act irrational and there'll always be cowards and traitors. I mean, we see in Stormblood there's cowards and traitors even when there's objective good and evil in this. It's the fact of at what point are you just spinning your wheels? You know, you don't want to write a final battle. You want to stretch this out further. So you're spinning your wheels and sabotaging shit that just gets the plot done earlier. Because at that point, when I can tell you are spinning your wheels and you are just extending this longer, because if everyone just teamed up and fought these things, it'd be over in 2 weeks, then I get pissed off. I just actively get pissed off. Because then, the world-ending threat's not even that much of a world-ending threat. It's just everyone was so fucking stupid they let themselves get killed. Merry Christmas? It's still not Christmas for me. It's Christmas Eve. Politics and shit would have only worked if 1 or 2 sides think they have an I win MacGuffin. Exactly. It's like, if they established that everyone thought they'd be okay, or like, it's not even that big of a deal, like, there's still debate whether or not they exist, it'd be stretched, because it's like, motherfucker, you're getting reports saying this is a thing and they're coming, but. Doesn't help the White Walkers went out like a whimper. I guess they were right. That was no big deal. Well, yeah, because that was because the new book wasn't finished, which was supposed to wrap everything up. Like I said, I just actively grew to resent Game of Thrones, because if anyone that wants to make the argument of, well, the White Walkers were never meant to be the world-ending threat, you're full of cope. Season 1, it opens up with the White Walkers slaughtering a bunch of people, and one guy being driven insane by the aftermath. From the beginning, it was establishing they were the world-ending threat. So then to double back on that and go, well, why would you ever expect that? That's not how it works in real life. Fuck you. You're not that smart. Fuck you. Even The Expanse treated like the fucking alien parasite thing with much more gravity. And hell, The Expanse had a better reason to just kind of go, yeah, the alien parasite's not that big a deal anymore.
Carry so much.
Game of Thrones writers ruined a generation.
He and his friend, too. Strange that they vanished so soon.
New books never getting finished. You can put on AI to finish and it'll procrastinate, then crash for no reason. It's like politics. It will not happen. Yeah. Well, it's like physics, yeah. Even without the book, the White Walkers should have been the endgame threat. Well, I mean, that's what the entire story was building. The entire story was about how people are squabbling and fighting and not seeing the bigger picture, and the White Walkers are one unified threat. They worship the Night King. They want to kill everything that moves. There is no politics. There's no squabbling. They just kill.
Not troubled by your old wounds, I see.
Nor you by yours.
Jon Snow was supposed to be the guy to fight the White Walkers, but they did the whole fake out crap. That's what I mean. I got tired of the fake outs.
Fled with the others after father died.
I get why people are mad by literally commanding him to finish his book series before he dies is fucked. I mean, he's actively procrastinating, though. That's been a major complaint for a while. He has missed his deadlines over and over and over again. It's to the point that, like, all the Game of Thrones hype is over. Nobody wants it anymore. Because there's a theory that the way that the final season ended was based off the notes Martin left behind, and because it was such a fuck up and people hate it, he scrambled to rewrite everything, and that's why it's taking so long. Subversive shit's become old hat, now basic storytelling has come back as it always does. Yeah. Game of Thrones ruined a lot of things. Oh my god, we make it like Game of Thrones. Just meant expect some MC to die. Whoops. Yeah. Expect some main character to die. A lot of useless politics and setting up big deals and backstabs that don't really matter at the grand scheme of things. It's like,
Come now, your victories still far exceed mine. Or have you forgotten all the time?
You're gonna love that it wasn't Jon Snow that killed the White Walker King in the show, but fucking Arya. No, I know Arya did. That was like one of the more infamous ones where it literally amounted to, wait a minute, the guy who actually had beef with the Night King and the entire show built that up and you're just not gonna do that? And it's because you didn't see that coming. It's like, fuck you. And in general, I hated Arya. Like, she was always the one I never liked in Game of Thrones. Because it was typical, I don't want to be a princess girl power shit that never worked for me.
Without regret, and I have traded it for our people's amnesty, had it been their will.
There are decent odds Winds of Winter might get finished, but there's no way Dream of Spring gets more than a few chapters before George died. So there's supposed to be another one after Winds of Winter? That's even less excusable. Like, holy fuck. What is that man doing? What are the White Walkers? Literally ice zombies. They are undead night zombies under the control of the Night King, which is an undead lich. We're just gonna ignore that fat nigga had 3 years to write a book when COVID happened? Arya was better than an annoying sister. Sansa? At least they set something up with Sansa where she was learning to be manipulative, but even then, that amounted to the cringy girl power, girl boss manipulative shit, and it's like, I don't care. In hindsight, 95% of Game of Thrones sucked.
A man should not be addressed by his childhood name. I've told you about that before.
Wait, he was a lich? That makes his death even dumber. No, it's fine, because they did establish how you can kill them. You kill them by stabbing them with obsidian, which is what I think they called it like Dragonstone or something, where it's obsidian. It's like black stone. Yeah, Arya found out about the White Walkers like 2 days before she destroyed them. Yeah, as stated, even dumber. Yeah, Night King doing his come at me bro pose while Jon escaped by boat was the show telling the audience this is Jon's nemesis and then fucking switch girl boss. Not just the come at me bro. He saw men that he was fighting with rise up from the dead, now part of the army. Like, went out of its way to show that the White Walkers are a thing. They have personally killed people that Jon liked, and the Night King is staring him down. Like, it is so obviously the endgame boss. Also, Fire and Dragonfire. Yeah, Fire worked. Dragonfire was obvious because they kept bringing up the dragon thing. It's like, that has to come into play eventually. Wouldn't mind a manipulative dark girl boss, but the execution sucked. Never explained why Dragonglass hurts him. I'm okay with them not explaining it. I think they explained that, like, Dragonglass in Game of Thrones is what, the bones of a dragon or something? It does have, like, actual ties to dragons, which makes sense why it can kill the White Walkers. Okay, there we go. And on this note, we are going to log out. Oh, here, in this case. I'm just gonna go to Before we log out, I'm gonna go to the Dawn Throne. Because I want to tune this, and then I'm gonna log out. Yeah, magic and shit. Yeah. If you watch my Monogatari series, no, I only watched the vampire movie, and I thought that was pretty good. But it didn't suck. Dragon suck dick. Yeah. Dragonfire and things created through that just kills White Walkers. I'm fine with that explanation. Yeah, exactly. It's like, because they kept it, they kept establishing dragons as like symbols of power, and that's why it meant so much that Daenerys had them. It's just, yeah. Then they do the fake out where Arya's the one that killed the Night King, and it's like, just fuck you. Man, this game's huge. It is a very, very big game. Why did Martin work on Elden Ring? Probably a paycheck. That's on ARGs. I never really liked ARGs. I mean, they're cool when they're all played out and you can read about what happened. Actually getting involved with one just sounds like a headache. Be in the headlines. Yeah, basically. That's on Mother's Basement. Never liked him. Crunchyroll shill. Alright, now we go up here. It's really going to be like this. We can't even attune the crystal until we get... So we have to go over here. You prefer classic RPG or action RPG? Both can work. Yeast is a pretty damn good action RPG, but classic RPG like Dragon Quest and shit like that, pretty damn fun. Honestly, care less about Throne. Just felt like pointless since Night King is there. That's what I mean. The world-ending threat is supposed to put everything into perspective. It shows how petty and stupid the politics are. That's what I thought it was going for in the very beginning of Game of Thrones. It's like, oh, all the schemers will end up dead because, you know, at the end of the day, scheming can only get you so much. What happens when you go up against an enemy that cannot be manipulated? Like, it literally cannot be manipulated. There's no way to, you know, talk it over to your side. It just wants to kill you. What do you do about that? And that was the interesting part of it. I loved all the build-up of the the Nightwalkers, the you know, all those guys. I loved a lot of the build-up with them. Finding out about the old man that lived beyond the wall, and he gave his sons to the White Walkers, and they ended up building parts of the army. It's like, that was cool. So what you're saying is Final Fantasy 16 did it better. Remember, Martin had time to tour Japan for 3 weeks, consulting with FromSoft for Elden Ring and Song of Fire and Ice Shields. See, they still hadn't finished the damn book. I'm telling you, he has never finished in that book. But Loli, politics are more important than existential threat. Well, I think it's a thing where what I truly believe happened is Martin and HBO saw how popular characters like Daenerys and Cersei were. Because you especially saw in the last season with how prominent they were. Like, they were giving them lines that just reeked of Twitter GIF. Where it was like someone making a GIF, and like they did that thing where they wanted to make memes. Like, what was it? Fucking Cersei had that line where, like, you know, men think they want a princess, but they really want as a queen. And like, how many fucking fat women on Twitter were posting that shit every day? That's what it felt like. So it felt like the story was branching more towards propping the exact worst people up for what I wanted. Because it's like, why the fuck is Cersei still alive? She should have been dead a long time ago. I don't care that, what's his dick? Her brother, Jaime. I don't give a fuck that Jaime is having a redemption arc. Because it's like, nigga, if you're not involved in fight the White Walkers, fuck off. It's like, oh, how sad your incest daughter was poisoned in front of you. How fucking tragic. Fight the goddamn White Walkers. Starbucks coffee cup was orchestrated. Gifts became a Facebook mom thing. Exactly. So George couldn't keep to his own writing style, made him popular in the first place. I think George is just trying to milk the titty. He just wanted to milk Game of Thrones and stretch it out as long as possible. And HBO also wanted to stretch it as long as possible. Because why would they ever kill it? When Game of Thrones was at its peak, it was at its fucking peak. It made a whole bunch of money. Cersei's more retarded in the books. Yeah, Cersei, it was explicitly stupid. Like, that was the thing that the books really delve into. She was good at manipulating people, but I put that in massive quotes because all she did was brute force shit. Oh, this guy's getting in my way, have him killed. This guy's getting in my way, have him killed. You know, that kind of thing. The entire reason the war in the first 2 seasons kicks off is because their first reaction to finding out Bran found out that they were, you know, incestuous together was chucking him out a fucking window. It's like there was no actual thought into what they were doing, just overly emotional, like not actually thinking about long-term consequences, which fits in line with the idea the White Walkers are supposed to be way more of a threat than they were. I am never going to get over this. I'm not even going to lie. I'm never going to get over this. Yeah, but the Elizabethtown one's what makes Song of Fire and Ice good to begin with. People aren't just going to forget everything and fight the big bad. There is a point where you have to. There is a point where you have to. And if you just continue to spin the wheels, I just get pissed off. I don't even find it entertaining. I just get pissed off. It's like, I get it, okay? That's how people would act in real life. It's not fucking real life. You know? Insert the Gabe Newell quote of, who cares if it's realistic? You know? It's fucking fantasy. You can adjust human behavior in order for story moments to hit and actually be fun. Is it here? I don't think it's here. We just might not be able to attune to a crystal. Fuck it, I'm at least going all the way back over there, so. Began to think White Walkers, the good guys, they saw the people on the other side of the wall and went like, we were morally justified to slaughter them. Fair enough, but people are frustrating at the end of the day. I don't care if it's realistic. Like I said, it's not a thing where you can excuse it as people are frustrating. It's like, no, there are tons of movies that have people act realistic and they're not frustrating to watch. I should not. It's above, yeah, so I wouldn't be able to get it yet. I can't fly. It's a thing where you can't excuse it with it, you know, it's realistic to be frustrating, because no. You know, you cannot keep the it's supposed to be frustrating thing for like season after season after season. Because there does come a point where people go, okay, but when the fuck's it going to pay off? You know, when is it going to pay off? When are you finally going to cash the check? Jamie, but my daughter, Lolly, on the night watch, Jamie, I'm fucking begging you. My realistic is lazy and realistic. A lot of it can be. I mean, the first few seasons worked with the whole thing of everyone was petty and backstabbing each other, because the entire point was nobody was seeing the big picture. You know, nobody was seeing the big picture, and Jon was the only one with any knowledge of what was actually going on. And that's what made it interesting. The fact that Jon, who was basically the lowest on the totem pole, him and Tyrion were kind of the lowest ones. Even then, Tyrion had his own thing. But, you know, they were the outsiders. They were the one no one paid attention to. And Jon was the one learning that, like, oh shit, this is the biggest deal ever. That's why the war in the North went badly, because you weren't supposed to be fighting the war in the North. You were supposed to be fighting the actual end game, you know? Because politics, I think, is worthwhile if you're making a statement about human nature. But that's the thing. There comes a point where the politics need to stop. There just comes a point where the politics need to stop. You know, how long can you stretch it before you are just milking? I don't watch fantasy movies or play games for realism. I play to watch it, escape reality and be entertained. Yeah. You can add realistic elements and have it be interesting. The point is you still accept at the end of the day it's meant to be fantasy and you can break the rules. You can break the rules, and there does come a point where you pay off the fucking build-up. Okay. So it should keep us in this exact same location. If not, I at least know where to go. Realism doesn't mean a story will be good, just adds texture to an already good narrative. Exactly. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Yeah. How long can you stretch it before you're milking? Yeah, exactly. Thoughts on Deadwood? Deadwood was great. Like, Deadwood's able to do that well because it gives various situations the town is in where the politics come into play. It's not just one actor, it's multiple. There we go. That explains why that actually explains why the internet took a shit. Steam was trying to update some stuff. Even Mahler said they should put aside differences and the ones refused get axed. Yeah, because that's it. It gets to a point where, dude, you are just getting in the way of the fucking story. You are just getting in the way of the story. And it gets frustrating. And then as we kind of see with Martin, I think he wrote himself into a corner. He kept trying to hold off on the end game as much as possible to the point that he kind of fucked himself, at least how I see it. Zodiac for $1, the same how many games Call of Duty unintentionally killed, ruined by companies trying to imitate it. Yeah, that was a dark period. Almost statement of Song of Ice and Fire was, what was Aragorn's tax, whatever the fuck. It seems like that's kind of what you're getting into when you start the series. No, because as stated, the very beginning of Game of Thrones is some of the Night Watch guys finding the aftermath of the White Walkers. They find an entire slaughtered group. So they built up that the White Walkers were the endgame threat over and over and over again throughout the entire series. The politics explicitly were just meant to be petty bullshit. It was petty bullshit, and you weren't really ever supposed to take it as like something that meant anything. It was just the various conspiracies that were all over the place in Westeros. You know, that's why, once again, the White Walkers were the interesting element, because they were the guys where none of this shit worked on. You know, you can't manipulate them. All you can do is fuck over the guys or help the guys that are fighting them, you know? Might have said this on another stream, but who introduced you to Berserk? Also was thinking about watching Rebel Moon. It's supposed to be any good. I have no faith in Rebel Moon. I don't like Zack Snyder. In regards to Berserk, a guy I knew in high school told me about it. I put it off for a while, and then I talked to my brother about it. My brother was like, oh yeah, it's really good. Check it out. Maybe it's just pay bullshit with Doom's Westeros in the end. That is just bullshit. Like, that is just, no. Going with everyone dies is also explicitly stupid, because then it amounts to, all right, so why the fuck was I reading any of this? Got so tired of pretentious writing on to Gorek and Felix, simple fantasy fun. The whole book's with that same joke of dwarf see monster, dwarf kill monster, and keeps being funny. Rebel Moon has some dumb shit in it. As I don't like Zack Snyder. I just don't. Shout out to that dude in high school. Rebel Moon is mid. That's what I keep seeing. It is pretty mid. I don't know, I think a story can be good without a happy ending. No, it's... there's happy ending, and then there's are you fucking kidding me endings. That is what Everyone Dies at the end of Game of Thrones would have been. A simple 2 to 3 hour movie. I mean, 3 hours is long for a movie, but, you know, it's self-contained. You get all the elements, and you're able to see it there. That works. Something as big as Game of Thrones, if it just ends with, and then everyone dies, you would see riots in the streets. That is just an explicit, dude, go fuck yourself. Because it's like, really? Because it's not just, you know, a few hours of time you wasted. It is potentially years of your life you spent paying attention to the series, being invested in it, reading the books, watching the show, what have you. And then it just ends with, and then everyone dies because they couldn't get over it, you know, they couldn't get over the human nature. That is just stupid. Like, I'm sorry, that is just stupid. Bittersweet endings are something else. Yeah, bittersweet endings are different. You know, we won, but what did it cost? Those work a lot better. But if it's explicitly, and then everyone dies, it's like, no, that is just cheap. That takes those elements I was angry about before and then just immediately turns them into the worst case scenario in a way that's not fun. You know, because at the end of the day, you are trying to be fun and entertain an audience. It doesn't matter if you go, well, we don't use the word fun. You're trying to be fun. Fair enough, but what difference does it make if a happy sad ending is all fiction and it gets a cheap argument, though? As stated, because it's cheap. It is just cheap. You only pull it for the sake of emotional manipulation. You only pull it for the sake of you didn't see that coming. It's not that it's fitting for the story. It's that you didn't see that coming. Because in order for it to work that everyone dies, you explicitly have to make characters who are written to be smart, stupid, and you have to write in rules that they establish work and are the solution as suddenly not working. You break your own rules for the sake of shock value, and that's just dumb. People argue over Sopranos ending to this day, and Sopranos has a much more justified ending. Like, Sopranos ending is built up to the entire thing, and it makes sense for Tony. Remember Danganronpa V3 did a twist where in the lore the past 2 games never happened, all the characters were played by actors. Actually pissed me off, felt like I wasted my time. I thought there was a fake out on top of that one. You're not Martin, and neither am I. That's maybe that's what you always had planned. Then the plan is stupid. It doesn't matter if that's what the author intended. It's fucking stupid. It's like, congratulations, nothing matters, so why the fuck did I waste my time with this? All this bad writing talk remind me how shit Crossed is. Yeah. Sopranos coma arc shows what happened after the show ending. Pretty clever. Yeah. Ever read Luther Strode comics? I have not. Rome was the better series. Rome fell off after Caesar died. Funny enough. Ending of Danganronpa 3 is the survivors escaping to our world was a whole meta storyline at the end. Yeah, it was weird. I think Toxic Fandom are considered terrorist groups. No, I just think it's like, yeah, people are emotionally invested in something you made. Of course, they'll get pissed off if you throw in something they don't like. Whether or not it's justified or not, it's up for debate, but point is it happens. Maybe just being nihilistic in ideology, which I vehemently oppose. Well, that's the thing. It's like, I don't give a fuck if Martin intended that everyone died at the end, because I think that idea is stupid. All it does is show that Martin was carried by people who knew a hell of a lot more than him. You know, the author is not always right. And that's why I think a lot of issues in Game of Thrones stem from the fact of he started leaning into the wrong elements. You know, the wrong elements of Game of Thrones, which is, well, you like the political scheming, right? It's like, no, the political scheming was working with characters who were obviously fucking shady to get very short-term things done, which in the end fucked everybody. You know, that's what I liked with Game of Thrones, where you can tell none of this actually mattered and not what you're supposed to be doing. They had cool moments. You know, Stannis going to war with King's Landing and Tyrion being a badass, that was entertaining. But at the end of the day, you keep it in the audience's mind that everyone is on the wrong road. Can you name a piece of fiction so bad you felt personally insulted, like dropped the ball so hard it felt like spite? And there's a lot of that. I mean, I don't like Life is Strange. And a realistic story shouldn't have an ending that's shoulder to shoulder with Patrick Smiley guy. Yeah. Author can be wrong. Watchmen's a good example. Yeah. Cyberpunk 2077 had some good endings, but gamers try to find the good ending by making everyone survive when the protagonist literally wants to die if they don't make it to the top. V also has some development on top of that, but I get what you mean. Yeah, stupid gun. Yeah. HBO series endings tend to have bumpy. HBO series tend to have bumpy endings. Even Barry's ending was pretty rough. Yeah, I'm still convinced Barry was supposed to be 2 different seasons that they slammed together. Probably because they had word ahead of time that there was going to be a writer's strike. That's what I think. That's my personal conspiracy theory. Yeah, but the whole everyone was on the wrong road thing could be the message if the White Walkers win in the end. Everyone was too focused on pay BS to rally against the obvious evil. But that's the thing. At that point, that's just frustrating. Like, how long can you stretch that into an ending where that feels fine and not just everyone was so retarded they got themselves killed? Because at that point, once again, you have to write smart characters as dumb. And that's what you do. You don't do that. You know, the way you do everyone's on the wrong road is you have those golden few that know something's wrong and they are right and they're fighting against it. You know, which is what it was doing. You know, Jon was fighting. Stannis was fighting. It's the fact that they fucked over Stannis. They did a whole bunch of other shit. Jon was left by himself to fight off the White Walkers. It's this thing where I fucking get it. People suck. Can you say something else? You know? That's what it amounts to. Can you say something else? Because if you just go, people suck over and over and over again, that's stupid. That's stupid, it's lazy, and all you do is set yourself up for failure. Merry Christmas, Ollie. Hope you have a holly jolly holiday. Yeah. Just find out Rick Riordan based his characters on his own students, so the gender fluid girl in the Norse myth book that changed their identity every 10 minutes makes more sense. You tell me everyone all the way down the chain of command decided to go fuck these zombies. I want to fight for my propped up monarch. Yeah, right? Once or twice that can work, but there does come a point of like, okay, if no one wants to shit or get off the pot, I'm not interested. Just fuck this series. It's stupid. Like I said, there is a point where you just understand that, okay, I get it. I said what I wanted to say about human nature. Now it's time to deal with the plot, you know? Once in a romance movie, the movie ended with the dude in the Twin Towers made me laugh. Yeah, that was a Robert Pattinson one. Happy Kwanzaa. I don't think people suck is stupid, but I do get why it's a frustrating story and Merry Christmas. No, that's the thing. It's like, I fully, from the bottom of my heart, believe people suck needs to be put in the box. Like, what else are you saying beyond people suck? That is, you know Shark Tank, where you have like all the business guys that like tear into people with like business opportunities? I'm like that, but with that type of thing. Like, people suck. It's like, okay, what are you saying beyond people suck? What? I get it. The surface level is human nature is awful. What are you saying underneath that? Because if it's just people suck all the way down, you are not saying anything. You know? You're like, all you're doing is saying people are awful. There needs to be something beyond that. You know, what I was going with what I thought Game of Thrones was going for with like Jon fighting off the White Walkers and all that is people suck, but the ones that are willing to adapt and overcome and put aside bias can fight, and they will outlast those who refuse to change their ways in the face of death. Like, that to me is a much more interesting message, you know? Basically viewing it as like a form of like evolution, you know? There will be those that refuse to budge even when circumstances make their lifestyle completely uninhabitable. Meanwhile, the ones that are willing to knuckle down and actually change the way they look at the world, change the way they treat other people, change the way they themselves act, and all that, they can win. They can overcome something. Humans are very adaptable. You know, that would be more interesting to me. Because we see that with Jon. He has a ton of different character development. We say Halo Reach did the downer ending well, even with us knowing all the Noble Team was going to die. Halo Reach did it all right because they set up the circumstances for the rest of the series to begin. Like Master Chief, it's not just everyone died. It was everyone died for a specific goal. They got that goal done, even if it meant they all had to die in the process. That is different. I agree people suck, but that's not an original compelling position. Yeah, exactly. That's how I feel. It's like, I get it, you know. I watch zombie movies all the time. How many times do I hear people suck? That's on the coffin of Andy and Laylee. That's different. That's just meant to be porn for very, very weird women. Yep, in order to win major conflicts like that, you need numbers, and the whole idea of these sub-Ubermenschen is that they're few and far between. Once again, that's the fantasy aspect. That's the fantasy aspect. Are you really willing to gimp your story just for the sake of realism? Because if you get in the way of your own story, like, what are you even saying? You know? Jon didn't care about what house you were from, just that you were going to fight. Exactly. I liked when Devilman did people suck because it doesn't actually try to humanize demons. They're still explicitly evil, but just says everyone sucks. Devilman also falls into the trap of just the nihilism, but a lot of that's just because it's just the same story over and over again. But Devilman at least says something beyond that, with the fact of heaven and hell are so infinitely more powerful than mankind that there was never really anything we could do, you know? And even then, that little bit of influence humanity had on Satan was enough to last him eternity. Because for the first time, he genuinely felt for another living being, and then he killed that living being, so he's trapped with that guilt forever. So he gets his own biblical punishment. I'm not a creative type. Fuck knows, maybe Martin is. Guess we'll find out. As stated, though, it's like, I know what I like and I know what I don't like, and I know when something I like works and something I don't like doesn't work. And Devilman's actually a cycle set up by God to punish Satan. Yeah. I think it relies on it being a cycle a little too much, but yeah, that's the point. Porn for weird women makes bank. Yeah, really does. Even in reality, there are times when people put aside the differences to fight common evil. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's, as stated, it's like I'm just exhausted of just constant, and then everyone died, everyone's a bad ending. It's like I'm fucking tired of that. I'm tired of subvert expectations and more realism. It's like, no, there's no personality here. There's no heart. There's no soul. You know? It just feels cheap. It feels exploitative. Even in reality, yeah. Well, what could be compelling is most people suck, but some are able to move beyond that and affect real change. Yeah. People can be shitty, but humanity is a thing, and at a point, you have to see the bigger picture. That's what I mean. It's like, I kind of view it in the way that like Smiling Friends made fun of nihilists with the nihilist company, where like the minute there's a gun pointed in their face, all that bullshit throws out the window. It's like, no, everyone wants to survive. Everyone wants to survive. There's always self-preservation. The golden few who are like suicidal and crazy are going to be those few that are suicidal and crazy. But end of the day, when it comes to, hey, we do this or humanity dies, knock that shit off. Knock that shit off. It's like, no, you're not smart. You are not smart. All right. I think I'm going to call it here. Personally, it's not breath of fresh air in the face of usual Marvel bullshit, but maybe I need to consume more media to do my college work. That's the thing. It's the exact opposite. It's the exact opposite. I see so much of this shit. I just prefer simple, fun hero stories. I'm tired of cynicism. I am exhausted of cynicism. I'm not actively seeking out cynicism for the sake of cynicism. But, yeah, I'm going to call it here. Thank you to everybody who showed up. And see you guys.